Where's stream? Come on. There it is. Doesn't even have a thumbnail yet. I guess it generates its own. Or I can make a thumbnail, but I don't think that's going to be what I do. Pop out chat, and then we get rid of this window to save resources. There is YouTube chat. There we go. All right, then let's pull this back up all the way over there. Look at that. Okay, lights. Desk. Stand. Track is already on. And then face. Ah! There's the face light. Okay. Oh, fix my microphone. It's got to be front facing on the fold of the shirt, facing towards me. You guys can hear me right. Okay, so where are we at? The desk is full of stuff because I spent a little bit of time on Wednesday building circuits. Building. We're going to hook up the negative power supply and get that tested. I already got this done. And I've got the modules in, and they're all hooked up to 15 volts. Except for the 3-volt one, which I think I'm giving... I think I still have to wire it up. Oh, no, I gave it 5 volts. Yeah, that's connected to 5 volts. So yeah, this gets 5 volts and puts out 3.3. That'll power the two high side drivers, the little converters. Snooze the Windows update a little bit more. I think I have to restart this computer. If I do it today after stream, I don't know if I'll get myself in trouble. Trouble. We'll see. And then these are the connectors for the front panel. So these will go to these 3 right here. So 2 of them are the high side drivers, one's the low side. So that's the -12 here. This one, we can pretty much hook this up right now. That should function without any modification. That's what we'll work on. We will work on, and then we start to put together the high side driver op-amp circuits. They're, well, over-the-top op-amp circuits. God, the audacity of my chat sometimes, you know? Aside from I have one viewer, nobody's watching right now, which is fine. My network stuff is still coming up, I guess. People wonder why I do the intro. It's like, I have 2 viewers. I have 2 viewers right now. Do you want me to just hit the ground running with my 2 viewers and start talking about exactly what I'm doing today? Because then I will be faced with an entire day of people coming in and going, what's going on? I shouldn't even need to say this. I should just be quiet about it and just ignore that comment. If people can't figure out why I'm not streaming for them personally, then I'm not personally streaming. So the other day I had a diabetic blowout, basically. My pump, I forgot to stop the pump. And when I went to register this one, it said there were too many pumps connected. So this thing hasn't even calibrated yet. It would be great if I could take this one apart. It's still armed. The spring is still all the way back, ready to be released. So I could do a couple things with this. I can deglove it. I can take the top off of it with the hot knife, and then maybe we can move that barrel through the sequence of events, and we'll actually be able to see this thing function. If I solder some wires to the electrical pads that will move the memory wire thing on it, we could actually have a representation of how this thing functions with thermal cameras. So you'd be able to see the heat go from one side to the other on the little PAL, the PAWL that flips back and forth. It's actually kind of odd that I only have 1 viewer right now. Usually I have more people. Is my video all messed up? No, I mean, bitrate's fine. That's just everybody's busy with the week. Everyone. Could you imagine if, like, some of the celebrity streamers just one day had 2 viewers for their entire stream? Do you think they would be able to tolerate it? Do you think, like, would they have a mental breakdown? Would they just stop streaming? What would happen if a popular streamer had 0 viewers? Because, like, I'm faced with the reality that that can happen. Even though it's statistically completely, like, it would be totally bonkers if that happened. It could be a thing. And when you start streaming, if you're starting from nothing and you're trying to build up like a media presence, does it not count me, or am I the one? No, there's probably like 15 people here, and it just hasn't updated the number for me. It says 1, but you get 1 viewer if you're the only person. If you're streaming and nobody's in your chat, you're the 1 viewer. So nobody who's watching can be the 1 viewer. I am the 1 viewer. That's my role. I'm also debating if I want to make the testing power down here, if I want to do the voltage references down at the lower board, because they're going to be going to multiple different other boards. We'll see how big the circuits end up for the 2 op amps. But yeah, like, you have to, when you start out streaming from nothing, you have to be able to stream for nobody. Like, you have to be just as entertaining as you are for 16 people as you are with 0, because you will get days where there will be no viewers. You will have 2 or 3 or 1. And some of them may be people that just left, bots that left the page open. A bot still counts as a viewer, so technically there should be more than just 1. Or something's broken with Twitch. Hey, Kagas, how's it going? Okay, good. You're up on screen. Good. How you doing? I've said your name, I think, every permutation of how to say those letters. It sounds like something I shouldn't be allowed to say. It sounds like it's like one of those things that you think are like. I shouldn't do this as a joke topic, but yeah, like maybe something is a little messed up on Twitch. Maybe that's why I have an viewer. Oh, it's 4. It's now 4. The way Twitch counts viewers is very complicated. Yeah, it's a kind of a tough thing. It's not as cut and dry as people may believe. Not as cut and dry. We're gonna have to make a power switch cable if we're gonna test this too, because right now all of the 15 volts goes through that. So it'll be a little silicon wires that go to this, and we're going to do it wiring harness style. So I'm not going to like solder to these pins. I'm going to clip to these pins, as it should be done. Although really, I would love to be able to do it like, wait, hold on, let me drop these off. I would love to be able to do it where this like just fits into the board, but this switch has a flange around it. It's got a flange around it. The only way I'd be able to do it directly against the board is if I didn't have a panel mount rocker switch, and I don't have any that are labeled properly, so you can call me Cake if you feel safer that way. Hello world, module. Yeah, I had a word avalanche with a friend of mine when I was talking about the project. It's a little module avalanche. This is a Deckard after party chill stream. I don't want to remove the flange because then it'll look all damaged. Like if I take the clippers up to it, because it's like designed, you know. I don't want it to look. I don't want this thing to look any more Bush League than it already is. That's just how these things fit in. And I have a 3D model of the switch, so I'll be able to position it properly on the panel when we go to design it. That's a whole thing. I was doing great. I was getting my sleep schedule back. I started waking up a little earlier. I still have a little momentum with that, but not much. What are they saying? What are they saying? Why are they talking? The song is talking. YouTube viewers will not be able to hear it. They're talking about droogs. It's very distracting to talk over a song that's just talking. Hey, what's up, Baloo? This is somebody with a burnt-out drug brain talking very slowly. Oh my God. No, flashing lights warning. God, who made that emote? Did they want to like, hey, guess what, epileptics? I've made an emote. It's not the whole screen, so I guess it's okay, but I don't know about that one, man. Actually, from what I hear, it's very few epileptics respond to that kind of thing, I guess. It just becomes like a flashing lights warning for like, everybody kind of caught on to that and decided that it was a good idea to have it. How did that get approved? I have no idea. Yeah, I'm blowing it away. That's enough of that on screen. It should eventually disappear, but I'm just going to go ahead and we're just going to go ahead and, there we go. That's enough flashing lights. God, that could be dangerous. as a strobe enjoyer. I do not enjoy strobes. You know the times at the club when they go all strobe all the time, and it gets real disorienting because everything you know is like bright and frame wise and weird and. All right, I'm gonna make a little room for myself here so we actually can work. When I work on this on my own, like on Wednesday, I pull my office chair up to this desk, and it puts my face right into everything because I'm actually this tall with the office chair. It's way more fun if you're the one making the whole thing strobe. Huh? You strobe light, you just set the rate. Oh my God! Enough songs with brain dead people. I think the drugs haven't affected me at all. You know, it's like, shut up. People didn't know what caused epilepsy, so they put all of them under flashing lights umbrella at once in the 70s, 80s. Interesting. I mean, it's caught on for like warnings in games and stuff because everybody just thinks that, you know, flashing lights, everybody thinks the Andromeda strain. A flashing light means your condition is going to flare up. Similarly with the suicide hotline, is giving somebody a phone number is not actually helping them. Like, here's a phone number. I'm absolved of everything. Are you glad that I saved you? Here's a phone number. Please don't resist. I can't fast forward this, unfortunately, because SoundCloud limited that a little while back. Trying to collect all the miscellaneous headers. Do I want test points? I think with the connectors, I have test points. I can test point onto the connectors. I don't think I need a ton of test points. I mean, maybe I can add them in if I actually do need them. Maybe I could just do that. Oh, can we just get over this song already, please? I feel like I'm taking brain damage from this song. I don't need these out here. This goes over here. These are songs that like sound good to the DJ, but when did SoundCloud become so commercial? Yeah, I don't know. I just know I've been not using SoundCloud, but I've just been getting these podcasts. I guess the mixed podcasts from SoundCloud, and I used to be able to fast forward and stuff. I guess they wanted to stress, people getting accounts so that they could use those features. They wanted fewer people to just drive by the website, which is what I do, and I still do it because I refuse to let them win. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so some chips sitting under here. Got some headers and garbage over there. Got a test bed here. Just digging myself out of several hours of creation yesterday. Doesn't look like much, but I did do a lot. SoundCloud Go Plus. I don't know anything about all this stuff. As far as I know, it is just this website where I access these mixes. That's it. That's all I use it for. I'm not going to get an account unless they no, even if they absolutely force me, it means I'm just not going to listen to that music through SoundCloud anymore. I will just move on. I will simply move on. Where are the other? I had two of these circuit board adapters out. One of them has vanished in the fray. In all the crap that I've been shuffling around this desk. I've lost sight of one of these little adapters. Well, it's somewhere out here. Hopefully it'll show up. I don't think I like this mix. This one lost me. It started out kind of cool, but then we've dropped to big house stuff. Let's do this one. This is volume 2, My Definition of Chill. The My Definition of Chill after party was apparently a little bit more, it was less chill. Not as chill as I would have signed up for. Oh, put a bunch of marks on the screen by brushing it like that. I'll have to take like a cloth to this stuff and clean it off more at a later date. I've been using the wire wrap wires in order to do the power stuff on this board because it's slightly thicker wire. I think it'll stand up to shenanigans a little bit more. Am I going to use these anywhere? Screw terminals? Nah, not on this one. Not on this one. I think I'm going to keep with the JSTs for everything. And I'm going to label everything. Everything's going to get label maker labels. Under the boxes? I don't know. Let's see. SoundCloud used to be dope. It's still a little bit dope. There's more stuff that I need. More of these. How are so many of these out? There's so many of these. Where are these coming out of the woodwork? I'm not using any in the design, too. That's the weird part. Oh, we don't need the external power supply anymore. Hey, I can clean something up a little bit. Let's get these wires out of here. Finally. This needs a better home. It got displaced from the upper level a while back, and now it's just kind of floating around my desktop storage stuff. Bomb, 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 bomb. They just Oh, I try to coil it and put it over there, and then it just explodes. Of course. Look at that. It's like coming back over to the desk. I banish you. I banish you to the cable realm. I keep it out because it's how I do the plus-minus power supplies for modular stuff. But at some point here, I can actually put it away. Why is it doing that? The cable is spring-loaded. Almost unplugged my mic by stepping on it. I know this song from something, and I forget what it is. Why do I know this? The progression, the little harp part. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Dunno. AFO, we got programming cable. Let's get the wire mess under control here. There's a significant wire mess that I got to deal with. Maybe I just know it from, ow, maybe I just know it from this mix. Perhaps it's just because I listened to this that I know what this sounds like. We'll just fully disconnect it. How about that, cable? Now you can't fight me. Oh, there's a drill bit over here. Where'd that come from? Stuff gets so displaced when I work like this. You kind of you get on a roll, and you forget that you're distributing random stuff throughout the entire shop in your wake. It helps to kind of take a moment to stop and clean everything up. Not a lot of people can afford that luxury of stopping and cleaning up. Keep stepping on the mic. I actually anchor the mic just slightly over here so that my stool doesn't constantly land on it. So what I do is I hang the mic cable off of this light, and if it's a little too long, then I still end up stepping on it, and when I move my hips, you know, you step on the mic cable and you move your hips and it just pops out. So it's frustrating, but the whole point of my setup is that I do not trust wireless microphones. They're probably fine, but I don't want the noise and interference, and I don't want the responsibility of tuning it, and I do not want to be able to leave the shop and still be mic'd, because then I'll end up going to the bathroom with a mic on, and I'm not even risking it. Not risking that. Hey, what's up, Speedy? How you doing? Kind of feel like an asshole. I literally have 3 voltage PSUs sitting here, and I've been planning on sending it to you for months for bench testing. It's okay. We got it. We got this covered. This is using the Pololu modules, so it's going to do more current than any power supply should be doing on this. I think this can go up to 5 amps. This one can go to like 2 or 3. This I think is like 1 amp, but it's negative 12. And then I have an LM 1117. 3.3 volts, so that almost goes up to an amp. So that's all the voltages we're going to need for absolutely everything. I'm going to make more 3.3 volts when this goes up the stack all the way to, actually it's this board, up the stack to where the microcontroller is going to be, and then I'll have the power supply connectors here, and I think in the power supply I'm also going to bake in the voltage references. We'll have to give these sockets of some kind. But it's all coming together. I don't need a dual or triple power supply for it. We made our own. I made it myself. It'd be much better making a voltage protection circuit. I guess what I could have done, or what could have been better about using another power supply, would be the shunt protection. And I can still build that in. I can still build shunt protection in. At the very least, I have a display that's going to tell me how much current is happening. The only problem is this has been a giant exercise in shaving a yak, because what happened was I got these current meters, found a what do you call it? Found a 3D model of it, designed it, put it in here, bought the parts, got them in the mail. It turns out they are low side current drivers. It turns out all of these are low side current drivers. You cannot really find a high side current driver that looks like that at the very least. And so what I've had to do is do a little reverse engineering and a little bit of research and figure out how to make the low side current driver into a high side current driver. And this is probably an AT Tiny 27 that's running this thing. It looks a hell of a lot like one. It takes power in the same spots. And so we've got 2 voltages going in. One is a voltmeter, the other is an ammeter. And so all we have to do is tune a high side current driver that's going to basically amplify it into voltage and turn it into the right voltages, the right number line voltages. No, I'm not going to use, it's bad practice to use the brass studs as something to carry current back and forth from all your stuff. There's going to basically be like an output board, possibly an input board, and then on the big digital board, I can put the muxes and the micro and all of the other accoutrement. So there's going to be a lot of plugs on this board. It's basically going to be this whole boop, 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 boop. You're a high-inspired current driver. You're a driver. You're the driver. You drive. You drive. I don't want to drive. I guess I could keep this one on the board and I'd have to flip it around. I know I have more of these. I just don't know what happened to the ones that I had on the desk. There's probably one on the ground. That's probably what happened. Happy birthday to the ground. It's not in there. Oh, how we been doing? How we been doing? I didn't get great sleep last night. I'm doing okay. Feeling relatively awake today. My usual state, I guess. I've been playing Abiotic Factor a lot. There's some particular places that I need to find in Abiotic Factor. And I've had to do a lot of looking up because I kind of ran into like a wall in terms of like what should I be doing right now? I woke up 3 hours ago. 10, 9, 8. Me too, actually. I woke up 3 hours ago as well. Finished getting my shit set up. One of these days, I know I'll be saying this for 2 years now, you have been ordering too much stuff. I want to see progress. I want to see progress. Every day you've ordered more things. You need to start building the things. Start putting stuff together. I want to see it. I want to see it. I believe in you. I believe. Because you got all this cool stuff. Like switches. Switch, 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 switch. Oh, you woke up at 5? Oh, those pesky time zone. You're upset that I have money to keep spending. No, it has nothing to do with that. I'm happy for you. Oh boy, streaming to two people is what I was talking about earlier. Let's see if Twitch is caught up with the numbers game. 23, hey, that's pretty good. I'm happy for that. Happy. 23, nobody likes you when you're 23, apparently. I don't even remember being 23. I think I was in school. I think I was still in school. I graduated from college and I blunked twice, and then I was fucking 30 all of a sudden. It's like, whoa, wait a minute, I'm 35 now? Now it's 5 years later. Holy shit. and then I started looking at the people that were streaming, because I've always wanted to do online content creation, which is a weird way of framing what you want to do. What I wanted to do was justify my noodling around with circuits and my ability to talk people through problems and educate coworkers and stuff like that. I thought, well, it'd be really cool to do some kind of brainless stream where I just noodle around with circuits. Now, keep in mind, I still kept it like a little cerebral, a little too cerebral. We should be doing like lower level stuff than what we're doing right now, but I really want to help my friends, and so we need to make this thing. But if we keep it a little lower level, we've got more mass appeal. Like, for instance, smoking a piece of meat with cigarettes is a hilarious project, and I would love to do stuff like that. But I've gone over the deep end, going with smart boy stuff, because for me, working on projects is a constant sort of grind of improving capabilities. If I can get into something that I don't really know about, then I will consider myself as a successful content creator. But I need to get an audience too. That's the balance. This is an 8.1, so this means that I can replace the battery on this one and reuse it. Oh, put that back up here. The 80XX and the 81XX of these transmitters for my glucose monitor, these are the ones that I need to put aside as special boys, because they're the ones that can take a new battery and continue to function. But anyway, yeah, so it's been a little too long with this module testing module. We got Hello World on the screen. I haven't done the circuit that's going to drive the LEDs. The buttons I need to route to a connector and all this stuff. Yeah, best viewers on Crowd. Wow, thank you so much. I really appreciate this. It really means a lot to me that you would give me those viewer bots. Are those even successful? Like, what's the deal? I mean, I feel like scumbags who search out viewer bots are going to do it anyway, and they don't need the prompting of somebody jumping into your chat and giving you that get viewers from around here. Aren't we the best viewers? Yeah, the viewers I have are all I want. Actually, no, I want a whole bunch more viewers. I want more. You guys aren't enough. I love every single one of you. I really do. No, I've cultivated some of the best viewers on Twitch. And I'm not lying. I'm not just blowing smoke up your ass. But I do want to get out there and get more people to watch. I need to figure out how I'm going to collaborate with other streamers. Yeah, BTS is a big deal. That is a big deal. You give them the tiniest of incentive, and the people flood your channel, which is beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. So yeah, we'll jump back to burn the subs for sure. Viewer bots do not actually count towards metrics. It gives you an artificially inflated viewer number, but that encourages other people to enter your stream if you're up on top of the list. Do you follow anyone in socials that you say influenced you or taught you what you know about the tinkering world? I learned about tinkering before social media. I've been doing this stuff. Solid Electronics. How's your puppy doing these days? Haven't seen her in a long time. Yeah, me neither. No, I was actually hanging out with her this morning. If you want to see like puppy updates, I put those right into Discord. Those go into Discord. Unfortunately, she doesn't come downstairs. She doesn't come down here. Put me in the burn queue, says Solid Electronics for 23 months. Thank you for the 23 months, Solid Electronics. And no, I won't, because queues are not fair at this point. It's been too long. Okay, so anyway, the puppy, she doesn't come downstairs because I'm like shouting at the furniture down here, and she likes to sleep during the day. So, yeah, apparently she doesn't like to hang out here. We had like a flyby from her the other day, last stream. She came downstairs and I heard her little paws clicking on the wood floor, but then she went directly upstairs again. So she's doing great. She's having a great time. That fucking patch. I have a little oscilloscope patch that was sitting on the desk, so I put it up on the shelf just now while I was talking to you guys about Willow, and I put it up here and it fell down here, and I'm like, what the hell? So I tried it a little bit over, and then it fell down. And so I took it and I put it over here, and then it fell down there. And so it's between these two things. God damn it. Anyway, so Willow's doing great. She gained 4 pounds since her last visit. She just had her flu shot, so she's a little dumpy today. She doesn't seem to react much to it, but she's doing great. We're just trying to, I'm constantly fighting this battle of trying to keep the dog from becoming super fat. So we're not limiting treats and stuff, but we are being a little bit more careful. And as it cools off out here, it's going to be like 70s this week. I'm going to be taking longer walks with her. Viewer bots do not actually count towards metrics. But Twitch doesn't know that they're viewer bots. What the fuck? Wait, maybe a cat donated what? $300? Are you kidding me? What? Did you misclick? What is that? That's insane. $300? $300, I'll buy something nice for the shop. Something that we can see every day. That's insane. I'm gonna go ahead and click over to Streamlabs and double check that that's not, maybe a cat tipped $300. I'm not sure if you're a cat or not. But if you are, that's fine. Thank you for $300. That's like a serious moment. Holy shit. Holy shit. What's going on? Hold on, wait, let me catch up with chat. But damn. Got any recommendations for a low-cost, reliable oscilloscope? Rygal, if you're getting into just the professionals, like if you've used oscilloscopes a lot and you're looking to get one that is like a real oscilloscope, I look to Rygal. I looked to Rygal back in the day. This is a little loud, isn't it? Hold on, let me de-loudify the music in just a sec. I forgot that SoundCloud is a little juiced up. If you're just, hold on. If you're just getting into like pro oscilloscopes, Rygal is like one of the better bang for buck brands. It's gonna be like $400, right? So you gotta be really serious at that point. If you're just getting into electronics and you want to get like an Amazon oscilloscope, I don't have many recommendations. I just want to be able to see what's happening on this circuit, and I'm not gonna use this thing every day. There's a whole category of like $60 oscilloscopes that you can get, and they work. They're much, like, the technology's come a long way. Oscilloscopes have evolved quite a bit. Now I'm in a category where I'm spending $1,000 on an oscilloscope, and even then I'm still entry level, and that's the 914 that does all the digital stuff, and it's also dark mode. So I bought that with the specific intent of having it be a studio element. But yeah, Speedy Cat may know a lot more in terms of what you may be looking for. And so I'm never given the luxury of time by my chat. If you would just wait a second, I will walk what I am saying over to where you are and trying to get me to go. But I am immediately, if I say, well, when I think of oscilloscopes, and they're like, Bother, you're wrong. And it's like, just hold on. I have a nuanced opinion about this because I know a lot about this stuff. Yeah, let me cook. It takes a while to fry the onions. Let me catch up with the messages. I can't believe you donated $300. That's messed up. Thank you. Again, maybe a cat. That's incredible. Incredible. I want to be able to see PWM signals, ideally. And decode? Yeah, we haven't seen them in chat, so maybe a cat. Holy crap. Buying a Twitch mod. Wait, what? Bother. Buying Twitch mod. Actually, jokes, this one is for you, fam. Continue some projects that are finance gated. Oh, so maybe a cat. It's Speedy Cat. Speedy Cat, thank you. Yeah, I can't mod you for giving money. That's actually against TOS. No, that is Speedy Cat is maybe a cat. I just put that together. I don't give me a lot of credit for being smart. People are like, Bother's stream is too smart, and I'm like, maybe a cat, Speedy Cat, and then Speedy Cat gives me a personal message about donating money, and I'm like, they're different people. It's like, thank you, Speedy Cat. Thank you so much. The GPU decor says enough. Well, there's not a GPU behind that one. Or no, behind this one. That's the 6900 XT. That one got a water block. And actually, there's not a GPU behind that one either. That one got a water block, and it's in the streaming computer. The streaming computer is on the rack over to my right. I really need to reorganize it because too much stuff went into the rack. I need a taller rack, and I need to spread it out a little bit more. I wanted it to be on wheels so that I could wheel it around and get to the back panel, because I designed the back panel as if it were like a product. Like, it has all the plugs on the back that I can unplug. Where's my overlays? Rack view. Well, Speedy Cat, thank you for the massive donation. That's insane. Love you, love you. Yeah, so this is my backup power supply for when the generator, you've got to bridge the gap to the generator. Then file server, which is full of hard drives and should be in a larger case. Interconnect, brush board that just organizes your wires. Audio input that you can actually see reacting to my voice, although it would be cool to make that into like a big LED sign instead of it being like that thing. There's the Elgato, which is for when I stream games. I promise you we'll stream games at some point. I'm in the middle of Abiotic Factor, which I don't think dropping you guys in the middle of an Abiotic Factor playthrough would be fair, but we should do some Saturday game streamings. Old power supply for charging stuff that's currently charging doorbells. That's my router. That's my router for my own internet. Switch that's just playing off of the router for all the plugs that you see around here. Like the O-scope I plugged in right there, and the O-scope then goes to the switch, then to the router. It doesn't need to be fast. And then this is the stream computer. I have been meaning to actually design a front panel for it, but this is a rack case that I eviscerated, and then I put two MakerBeam extrusions on the top and the bottom, and we designed a little grid thing to hold on to the EKWB reservoir. There's a fan adapter over here to a radiator, and then there's a radiator in the back. So it's two radiators and then GPU, CPU water cooling. Don't mention the power supply, new guys. It's a bit of a charged subject. Where's my slide whistle? I don't have a slide whistle. I need to get a slide whistle. Vivor, China brand, has an oscilloscope for $270. It's 1 gig per second, 4-channel. Interesting. Kind of forgot, frankly, what is that TIR? It's LWIR. A custom chip and build from a COT sensor. My focus is remote sensing instrument spectrometers. VNIR, TIR, HSI. It's a long wave infrared sensor. It is, I mean, you should see, like, you should know, this is Lepton because of that color palette. It's got the Lepton color palette. It's a Lepton 3.5. And this one in particular, I got off of eBay for 150 bucks. And then I coupled it with the Group Gets thermal webcam module, which is a very small webcam-based, I think it's an STM32 microcontroller in it, that makes it into just a webcam. Mark and Sutton, how you doing? Hey, rating with a party of 10. You guys missed a massive donation from Speedy Cat, who is just all the love going out to Speedy Cat. I was giving him a hard time for not for buying stuff and not building. Now I can't do that. This is an AliExpress scope. The question in the pre-chat here, the pre-stream chat, is starting out and getting an oscilloscope. Like, you're ready to get your first oscilloscope. What do you buy? Let me check this one out. Bother you for more deets later. Do that on the Discord, because that's the place to go. You can have a discussion with multiple people about their opinions on oscilloscopes, because everybody, they're like belly buttons. Everybody's got their opinions. That one looks pretty nice. You can get it in different colors. It's 160 bucks for an oscilloscope that's 2 channels, and it looks like it's got a decent amount of data. What are we doing? 100 megahertz, 150 megahertz, 1 gigahertz. FFT to code, 25 megahertz signal generator. Oh, it's got a generator. DSO2C10, blah, 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 blah. Some of them are more expensive than others, but the entry-level one is 160. Get one secondhand and hope for the best. That's actually not a terrible idea, too. It'll be trial by fire, though. You can figure out exactly how oscilloscopes fail. Raid from Mark somewhere, but not from Sutton. How you doing? What have you been working on lately? I haven't been able to, like, branch out. I've been belly buttons of different colors. Yes, everybody has several belly buttons. I said earlier in the stream that it may not be a good idea for me to acknowledge that at all. The people who don't understand what we're doing right now. Oh my God, my eyes. That's an overlays and then rack view. I have a custom brightness level for when I'm viewing something that doesn't have a big light on it. Wait until you see my incoming rack. I saw the beginnings of it. It looks like you definitely are going big, which is what you got to do with racks. I bought something that I thought would just fit in that corner, and it turns out I should have gotten like the level up from that. It's just the amount of money that I spent on it. I was just like, all right, I'm going to go ahead with this. How much could I possibly want to put in the rack? And it turns out I want everything in the rack, everything. So I need to size up from that, which will just be this monolith in the corner. That thing is on wheels. It's just sitting on the desk on wheels. I mean, potentially I could use 80/20 rail, or 20/20 rail, and I could build my own, and then I could have it like come out on like a hinge. That would be pretty cool. When you got a rack, you might as well put everything in it. I know, and it's like, I was even warned by people like those of you that know this stuff to just like, it's just like, no, get larger. We have made a Twitch-enabled Nerf gun connected to MQTT. That's cool. I've wanted to do that project for a while. They sell these little automated like Nerf shooter things, like little turret. And I had one at one point. I think I threw it away during a move because I was going to do a project with it since I got it in like 2012. And I was like, cool, I'm going to make something out of that. Never did. Never got around to it. I have an entire 12U rack specifically for stream server. Also a V2 PC and a main PC. Hot damn, holy shit. The secondary rack will have a music PC and retro PC, as well as audio input devices. Holy shit. 2 12U racks because they fit under the desks that I'm building. That's what I'm hoping to do at one point. I've got the desktop sitting in the other room. It's a big butcher block that I like stained with this really nice stain, and I want to do a rack on either side of the desk. And that way I would also have the 20/20 rail running throughout everything, because that's what I build it out of, and I would be able to attach like the steering wheel and stuff to like an actual mount instead of just clipping it to the desk. So I could actually get the height right on that. My steering wheel setup is unique, but we'll have to find something. Like I got to get back to doing game streams on the weekend. Everybody's starting to get back into the swing of things. You know, the whole winter swing. So maybe I can start dedicating stuff. I should have been adapting the Nerf gun for a kid with disabilities, but I was having too much fun and connecting it to Twitch. That's pretty fun. Hey, well, that's a cool project that you got. Doing good work. Getting it hooked up to MQTT is hilarious because I don't know how I would do chat control these days because everything is now overlays, right? Back when I was doing chat controlled stuff and we put an X-Acto knife on a tank, it was okay to have all the spam in chat. And I guess it's okay to have the spam in chat nowadays anyway because that's engagement. You can engagement farm out of that. But we have separate rooms in Twitch because Twitch is just IRC. So there was a separate room that was sort of attached to the UI of Twitch. They mothballed that program so fast. It's annoying that they did, but I guess everybody was moving over to Discord, so we didn't need multiple chat rooms in Twitch. It just confused things. So we had a separate room that was just for bot commands. And so that would be the spam, and people could talk on the regular channel, and I could still interpret it. But then they would be sending commands to this little thing darting around on my desk. There's a lump in this. Why is there a lump? What's that lump right here? The separate room still exists if you use third-party Twitch chat app. They just took the UI away. I suspected as much. The problem is, like, the whole point of doing commands on the separate room was that people could access that from the UI. So if they took it off the UI, it's ostensibly dead to me. You know, I can't just cater to people using a third-party app. Using a streamer bot gives you access to MQTT directly, and you can correct an HTML page for people connected in Discord to use. Interesting. So yeah, because we did some Discord UI, some Discord bot stuff, and it was horribly slow. But this is a while ago. It was horribly slow. We tried to make a bot that would sit on top of my webcam and allow admin to warn me of stuff. Like if I keep a scene up, or if I, you know, like my butt's showing on camera or something, they could flash the LEDs on top of this thing and you know, give me a signal of some kind. But the Discord bot system was just so slow. So having it go over to like MQTT and then Node-RED or something like that would be brilliant. But then there's also things like, you know, like what Criken uses, where he has like an interactive UI where you can do stuff. I've never looked into that. It's a lot of programming stuff, and it's a lot of design stuff that I just haven't gotten around to. Everybody check out Mark and Sutton. I don't know if we didn't do a shout out. Hold on. It's slash, right? What the hell? It's not highlighting anything. Hold on. I guess I just got to spell it right the first try. There we go. I think that worked. That doesn't show up on my chat. StreamerBot has decks, which are like a stream deck that you connect via Discord. Interesting. I'll have to look into that. Fix Edit? I don't know what that is. There was a channel a while back that I loved that made a chatbot-controlled skee-ball machine and a claw machine that gave you points linked to your username and stuff. It's pretty cool. They're in my Discord. It's one of the people that chats in my Discord. It's Claw Arcade is the channel. Claw Arcade. It's all one word, and they're in my Discord. They hang out with us all the time. The person who did that. Oh, I fixed it with the shout out. It doesn't show up on this. This is Social Stream Blade or whatever. Social Stream Ninja. There we go. Had to do my radio voice. My insulin is going to run out in the middle of this stream because my glucose level is only just going back down from the ramen noodles that I ate for lunch. I cracked 2 eggs in the ramen noodles at exactly 3 minutes. And it makes a beautiful poached egg with your super duper spicy bulldog ramen. But I have 7 units of insulin remaining in the pump. So we're gonna do a pump change before we get started. Because once I start in on this thing, we're gonna hyper focus. This was my pump being an asshole. I guess I ate something at the end of the night last night and went to bed, which is not a good thing to do. And the insulin pump decided that it would not fuck around and just hang out and not really pull my level back down. So when I woke up this morning, I was like, what the fuck are you doing? And I gave 8 units, and it went right before lunch, and then bleh. So yeah, let me get another pump out here. I really don't want to burn those 7 units, but maybe I'll just inject them and go low this afternoon. All right, pump supplies. Pump supplies! Oh no, that one's out. Dead box of pods. All right, let's get the next box of pods. I think I can get there with the mic still on. I think I can get there with the mic still on. I know you, Mark and Sutton. I know you've been lurking. Thought I'd give myself a reason for chat. Hell yeah. All right, let me go get another pump and my insulin. Swap this out. It's cool. There are lurkers in this channel who are very popular streamers, and Twitch had a thing in their statistics that would tell you who's who. You guys probably don't want to see my bloated fat guy body. Let me come over here and grab the insulin, and then go back to face and hand cams from the torso up. I've seen on some of those Twitch like statistic things. My hair is unwieldy. I gotta get a haircut. I'm gonna get a haircut. I'm gonna look like a completely different person. You guys will see. Everybody loves the long hair except for the people that I live with. The people that I see day to day, like my friends and family, don't like the long hair, but every single person online is like, do not cut your hair or I will unsubscribe and I will come find you and hurt you. Like, I get threats. Get a mullet. No way. Insulin pump. Insuline. So I'm going to change this out. This requires me to remove my shirt because I'm going to put it on my arm, and I'm wearing long sleeves. But we'll just do the beginning stuff of this. I'm waiting for Twitch to come down with like a ban because I showed a syringe on stream, and then I can pull the disability card and get tons of views out of it, tons of viewers out of it by complaining, and then all the news agencies pick up that Twitch banned a disability streamer. The American Diabetes Association recognizes type 1 diabetes as a disability, so go fuck yourselves. But I'm waiting for them to, like, just because I show this stuff to you guys, I don't think it's ever going to happen because I think they know what's up. But if it did, it would be really good for my channel. How much is a set of that? It depends on what price you're talking about. If you're talking about the price that I pay versus what insurance premiums will pay for something like this versus how much should it cost, it's about $35 worth of electronics here and mechanism and stuff. And they're super duper mass produced because one of these lasts about 2 to 3 days in your average diabetic. In terms of how much does it cost per one of these? Probably about $300 because of the way medical stuff is, and especially durable medical goods is marked up. You know, there's been a lot of talk about making insulin affordable. And they made it affordable only to older Americans because for some fucking reason, I guess nobody in law creation and government has diabetes. Do they not know what it's like? In the 90s, we used to spend $20 a bottle on insulin, and then it goes up to $400 or $500 a bottle. But then people go, oh, don't worry about it. You're not paying that money. Insurance is paying that money. Well, I'm not on insurance. Like, what am I going to do? Or we're just in indentured servitude. And then insurance starts cutting all of their crap in order to make more change in profit. Not just profit, change in profit, and sometimes change in profit. We've gotten to the jerk levels of acceleration here. So, yeah, so a box of pumps can be hundreds and hundreds of dollars of these disposable pumps. And if something goes wrong and you end up accidentally bricking a pump, then it's full of 300 units of insulin, which is a significant portion of a bottle of insulin. It's not that, you know, I get, this is like 1,000 units, I think, in here. So 10 milliliters, 100 units per milliliter. Yeah. So 1,000 units in this bottle. This takes 300. So 3 pumps per bottle. That looks like a bottle of insulin or something. No, this is a bottle of insulin. I'm ranting about diabetes stuff and costs. So if this thing costs approximately as much as the insulin that's inside of it, that's not, well, a third of a bottle, so that would be like $100. This thing could cost you potentially $100 if you have decent insurance. And so $200 gets blown out of the water if there's one tiny little error and this thing doesn't calibrate. So this is $100, $200 sitting right here. That's all theoretical money, and so people get lost in that whole shuffle. They get lost in that shuffle, and they're like, "Oh, that's not what that's not what it actually costs you." Ridiculous. Getting diabetes was a big mistake. I probably shouldn't have done that. It was not a good plan, you know. I was young and naive. I was 9. I have 7 units floating in this thing. I think I'm just going to give it. I'm going to give the 7 units, well, 6 out of the 7, because usually there's a fractional unit to that. So I'm just going to give that insulin and bump my level down. Thanks. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Although my glucose level is starting to kind of climatize right now. It's starting to kind of land. So this 6 units is probably going to bump me down. I may have to go get orange juice or something. We'll see. We'll see. We're going to start building in just a minute here. Who produces the insulin? This one in particular is Eli Lilly, I believe. Or is it Novo Nordisk? Who's making you? Oh, this is Novo Nordisk. So Novo Nordisk is as complicit as every other insulin manufacturer, including their prices. If you look at a chart of what the cost of insulin is, it is an exponential curve, and all of the companies are in lockstep. You can just look it up, and there are charts out there. The test strips, at least double, meaning about 200, 250 per month. For test strips, they were 60 cents a piece back in the day. Holy shit. Modern insulin is affordable per se, but I don't know what's going to use more needles because both is tougher to penetrate the figure sticks. Yeah, who produced it? So Novo Nordisk. Yeah, and so Aspart, insulin Aspart is the exact same formula as Novolog. Novolog is the formula that's been around since the 90s, but they have not changed. It's the Humalog formula that hasn't changed, and yet somehow in manufacturing the product has not become cheaper, which is completely bonkers in terms of how businesses and manufacturing operate. Why would the price of insulin go up? What are you doing? It's the same insulin. Yeah, they're the biggest company in Denmark, 3 times the second largest. Damn. I've had friends who've worked for them. These are one from Walmart, but I believe to be about $60 for a pack of test strips. I think that's the same as it was in the 90s, which is bonkers. It's totally insane. That costs of managing your diabetes should go down. But I guess executives in the boardroom said, wait, what choice did they have? Like, why is that not being persecuted? Why are we not defenestrating these people? Like, that's utter bonkers. Like, it's indentured servitude in America, because if you don't have insurance, even in the time between getting let go from one job and starting another one, you've got this interstitial period where if you pay Cobra, you get to pay $600 a month for insurance and then also absorb all of the other equipment costs. Because it's not just coming to you for free with insurance. You're still paying for it. So I had house money saved up. I was going to start looking at houses when the market was in a slightly better place. And all that money just burned away in front of me getting Cobra. It was insane. It just burned away. Utter fucking bullshit. That's when I started streaming. Like the price of renewable energy on the price of oil drums. Why is the price of renewable energy up when gas goes up? That's an interesting one. Why is that? That's a weird one. Why are all these shady fucking business practices going completely unchecked? It's bonkers. All right, still delivering the insulin. I'm waiting for this to go through so that I can take my shirt off on Twitch. You guys won't be able to see anything, but I'm going to put in the new pump. But I'm burning up what's left of the old pump. though lunch was not as carby as I thought it could be, and so this coming down like this. Usually I could burn those units. I could just inject them now, and that would help, you know, make my glucose level kind of normal for the rest of the afternoon. We'll see what happens here. I think maybe it'll bump me down, and hopefully I just kind of, I coast. You know, like I was coasting last night until I had a snack, which is a really bad idea. Okay, so this pump has maybe a unit left. This thing isn't really sure. There's a rod that parallels the plunger inside of it. You can see this plunger in here. Yeah, the state of that kind of stuff is just fucking ridiculous. And for a while, people were saying, "Oh, it's because of they need that budget for the research," and it turns out no, they don't. Like if we paid normal prices, like the rest of Europe and stuff pays for these medical things, the companies would still make hand over fist profit on our backs. So there's actually a metal rod that parallels this plunger. So when that plunger bottoms out over here, two pads somewhere on the other side of this PCB get exposed, and so it doesn't conduct through there. And so the microcontroller will then know that the plunger's all the way at the end. So the one unit that my pump reports is not necessarily one unit. There's actually another point that rod crosses and disconnects that's at 50 units, approximately. It's all approximate. So while it may say one unit, that one unit may last quite a while. But I'm going to stop this pump. So dash pod management, deactivate the pod. Next. We make sure that we get a confirmation beep. I think part of how I burnt this pod was I forgot to deactivate the old one. So the old pod is deactivated. Next, finish. All right. So now what I'm going to do is inject insulin into that plunger. And that plunger is free floating. It's got a brass rod sticking out of it, and nothing is holding on to that brass rod. So when I inject, it will fill the plunger. And then when the plunger starts moving, it'll move insulin out of the tube that's attached. But for right now, that tube represents I guess a significant amount of force versus the plunger. So the plunger will expand, and if I keep injecting insulin, if I inject too much, it'll actually come out of the tube. But it's going to prime itself and everything. The way that it captures that brass rod is by letting go of a spring that clicks into it, and then that rotating barrel can rotate that spring, and the spring has gripped the rod. That way, if you need less than 300 units for 3 days of pump therapy, you can inject a smaller amount, and it will still grab the rod and move the plunger in order to inject insulin. It's a very, very smart design. It's a very smart design, but it's also very much a one-way design. It works in one direction, which is why I'm excited about the T-Slim pump. T-Slim is a smaller, more tech kind of company that does insulin pump stuff. And they had the first rechargeable insulin pump, to my knowledge, that didn't look like a pager. And so they're working on their own pod, which will have a clippable pump. So the pump goes from set to set to set. So you're only replacing adhesive stuff instead of an entire piece of technology. Oh, this is Underworld. Oh, man, I love this song. I think. No, this isn't the song I thought it was. Okay, so this thing beeped twice. So we can now hop onto Bluetooth here. So all I do is activate pod. It says fill the pod. I've already done that. Click next. Now I'm waiting, and I should hear clicking coming from this. I'm not sure. You don't really feel it that much. Maybe, but I mean, we're talking about a lot of fluid pressure to feel on this end. Okay, so there's clicking. Can I pause music? You really want to hear the clicking? Oh, but that was one of my favorite Underworld songs. So you might be able to hear. Now listen for a snap. Here it comes. Any second now. Any second now. Oh, it didn't snap that time. I guess it snaps before injecting, or maybe we missed it. Because it goes click, 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 snap, and then click, click, click. So that the additional clicks after the snap are it advancing the plunger just a little bit in order to prime the tube that's going to be inserted under my skin by a big spring mechanism in this thing. So now I got to take my shirt off. And I'm going to bring the music back. To me, the CGM is more important than the pump. I could go without the pump. It would be difficult, but I could do it. Having the amount of data that the CGM provides you with, the ability to conduct the orchestra instead of just listening to a couple notes, is significant to me. I hold it in higher regard than the pump. Okay, so that was here, right here. There's the pump. The last part of that was it inserting the cannula. I was hoping that would be a little bit more visible because you're supposed to be able to see through that window and see the actual tube that goes under the skin, but it happened so fast. I got the camera to focus on it, but it just didn't look like, maybe you saw a little piece of blue go pop right into there. Not sure. That was underarm, not shoulder or back. Do the sights matter? Yes. But it's not like you might think. It's not like you can tell if one site is better than the other. In terms of like mobility, the sites matter because when I'm sitting down playing, like I'm laying on the ground playing with the dog, this will sometimes be against the ground. And so that gives me a huge bruise when I do that. You want to, with insulin injection, it's subcutaneous. No, it's not intramuscular. It's the interstitial fluid of the muscle. It's barely subcutaneous. That's why the needles are so short. But what that does is it deposits insulin around your muscle tissue and just under the skin, and it gets absorbed slowly through that. And so different sites will absorb differently depending on how much fat is in the area, and you want to aim for big muscles. So maybe one of the reasons that I have a giant stomach is that I've been injecting growth hormone into my stomach for many, many years. But then it's like legs, arms, stomach, wherever is a convenient place that you're not going to lay down on or get bumped or hit a door with it and have it rip off, or sweat enough that it's going to come off. I had a little trouble taking off my shirt because I'm sweating a little bit. The AC is off, and so the basement is lagging the temperature outside a little bit. But yeah, that's the deal. I mean, some sites have different absorptions. Apparently, the stomach has one of the better ones because it's around where the pancreas is. But I've been doing arms because I haven't injected into my arms in 5-ish years of doing insulin pumps, because the pumps that sit on your belt don't easily reach over to your arm. Whereas these pods, the entire pod just sits on your body, which is great because that means I can rotate sites to my heart's content. To put the insulin between the skin layer and the muscle. Yeah, if it lands on the bottom layer of the skin, that's okay. The body will absorb it all the same. Use a longer needle, and for some reason you hit the muscle. It'll be absorbed by the... Well, if you hit like a blood vessel, then it'll be absorbed too quickly, and bad things can happen. Starting to feel after 3 hours of blood sugar beginning to go low, but nothing serious. Time just to nibble on some stuff some more. I had no idea the pump is a little external device. The Omnipod is. A lot of pumps have like a tube that leads to something that looks like a pager, because it's much more economic to be able to pop off just the replacement goods, like the reservoir and the tube and the patch on the skin. Every 3 days, the pump site gets rotated, because otherwise the body starts to fight the foreign object. And so you can have like bad reactions, but it varies from person to person, because some people, I've known of a person who used a constant glucose monitor on their ankle, which is not really where it's supposed to go, but I guess he said his socks held it in, and he was able to have it function for over a month, which is unheard of. After about the prescribed 10 days of CGM patch, my readings are up, down, up, down, up, down. It's just madness, because the site is starting to be attacked by the body, and the properties change. So sometimes you can recalibrate at that point, but... Where did I get the idea that the pump was implanted in the body? I don't know. That's not something they do. That's like sci-fi. You know, like pacemakers are implanted, but that's so invasive to do something like that. And plus, the technology moves on. So you get a 4-year warranty on a traditional pump. I don't have a 4-year warranty on this. If I wanted to go back to traditional pumps, I could do that today, because these don't do the same type of warranty. But with the pump that sits on your belt, you get a 4-year warranty. So every 4 years, you swap your pump for something either newer or you know, the color that you wanted to get. Like, oh, I want the blue one this time. That's just the thing that happens with insurance. So. And those warranties are nothing to be scoffed at. It's medical device warranty. So I had at one point, T-Slim was going to fly somebody out from California to give me a replacement pump, because it was the weekend and the mail carriers weren't working. It's insane. Yeah, it's like a pager with a tube coming out of it. That's what the pumps traditionally are like. Pump therapy is great. CGM is like vastly more important in my eyes, because the CGM teaches you how you absorb carbohydrates. And I know for me, I have a superpower, which is not really all that good of a superpower for a type 1 diabetic to have, is that I can digest white bread into basic carbohydrate in my blood glucose faster than any other being on the planet. If I have just bleached white bread, it just instantly hits my system. So let's get started building something, because we've been too distracted. I did a little bit of diabetes on stream, and you guys will get that every now and then with me. Although now you won't hear about it for, you know, a couple streams, because I'll just be coasting. I'll just be coasting, and then some like insurance thing will get twisted in a system, and I'll have to do phone tag with 500 different people in a day, and I'll cancel stream, and then the next stream I come back, I'll complain about it again. Direct bread to glucose, it just turns into a pile of sugar. It's like, poof. You've become blood glucose. What CGM? I've used Dexcom. I've not tried any of the other CGMs. A lot of the other CGMs had a lot of growing pains just getting their technology to work properly. This is 10 years ago that I'm talking about this, though. 10 years ago, Dexcom was the name, and everybody else was struggling to get their shit together. And so I heard nothing but complaints about all the other CGMs. Their size, their shape, and this and that and the other thing. Like Libre has a CGM now that I think is pretty good, I think. You just have to tap to it every now and then in order to get the data out of it. And I'm sure there are hacked systems for that too, because there was a tearful plea to Congress for them not to allow encryption on medical devices like this, so that researchers could do their research with the medical devices. And that leads to us being able to use third-party apps. So I'm on the G6. I'm on the G6. The G7 is so anti-consumer that it shocks me, and I'm going to stay on the G6 until they rip it out of my cold, dead hands. because the G7 has a lot of stuff in it that's just, you can't stretch your supplies out. I'm gonna mute the music. A big thing about what I do with diabetes is I stretch the time limits on my supplies, and they have started hard coding time limits into their supplies. Why would you do that, especially if there's worse data coming from old equipment? Well, I can suffer the worst data. The thing that I can't suffer is a complete change in therapy. And if you are going, like, if something happens with insurance, and things happen with insurance, even if you've been on this for 20 years and nothing has changed, there are still hiccups. Things happen because it's a system that is run by people, and people make mistakes. And so things can happen in your supply chain. When you're prescribed the durable medical goods, they're expensive and they work for exactly a prescribed set amount of time. And more of these companies have been making them unable to be used outside of this prescribed set amount of time. Like, they put systems in place, lockouts in place even, that keep you from using these supplies more. The way they're prescribed is for exactly that duration. The company says this lasts 10 days. Insurance says you get 3. You get 3 per month. Something happens, one gets burnt, a pump goes weird, senile and bad, and you are without supplies for 30 days. So what we do as diabetics, you sign up for the new therapy, you get your first thing of supplies, and you put them on the shelf. And you do that for a month. And then you start using, you say, oh, I had butterflies about this new therapy. I'm just going to stay on my pump until I'm totally sure that I've learned the new system. You can make all kinds of excuses. So you are a month ahead when you start doing that therapy. That's becoming more and more strict, though, because what I used to be able to do is go, oh man, I burnt like 2 pumps this week on bad insulin. Because sometimes insulin's just bad. Sometimes it's just bad. You're like, I've been injecting insulin and nothing's happening. So I think this bottle is gone. Throw it out. It's not worth my time. But then what you do is you stretch your supplies a little bit over a long period of time, and you end up getting extras. That, or you collude with your doctor. You need to find a good doctor that will collude with you to prescribe just a little bit more. Say this diabetic is using just a little bit more insulin than we thought, and we got to put a little buffer room in there, because they like to prescribe you militantly the amount that is listed. And if that's a militant amount, if I eat a cheesesteak, I could offset my supplies. It's crazy. Bottle's destroyed. Now who's going to replace it? Exactly. Like, you can sometimes call them, like if you have a pump go cattywampus, they don't put up much of a fight. If one of these goes weird, and I'm actually going to make these phone calls in the next couple days, you call them up and you go, my pump was weird. And they go, what was the serial number? And you go, 12F5974. They go, all right, we'll send you a new one. And they just send you a new one. That's part of the warranties on these things. So it's not a totally dire situation to have, to not have extras, but it's still one of these things that, like, you got to think about that. And it's so much easier if you just have a buffer in there. Great advocate for local control, having access to our own equipment, and then companies block access under the name of security. Oh God. Yeah, there's not been something like that where they can remote brick something, but what they do is put in, like, time limits on some of this stuff. So the constant glucose monitor that I have, it's sitting right here, the transmitter on this only works for 90 days. I had a 67-day transmitter go weird on me, and so I was messing with the settings and stuff, and it locked me out for 15 minutes. So I burnt a patch, and I burnt a 30-day remaining transmitter during the process of troubleshooting why my glucose levels weren't working, because they put in a 15-minute lockout if you try to use the same patch code. The patch has a code that calibrates it to a certain, like, y equals mx plus b line of glucose levels. And if you put in the same code twice, it says you're trying to reuse supplies, you're locked out for 15 minutes. Why? Why does it put me in timeout? Why should it be necessary for this thing to put me in timeout if I enter the same number twice? Why does that system exist? And it's something in this. This won't work. It's the third party like glucose level receiver thing doesn't do it. It's in the hardware. How does it know? What is that? Why should it know? Fucking ridiculous. It's shocking to me. What they have done with that should be turbo illegal. And the way that they've gotten around that, by the way, without getting fucking giant litigation against them, is that they've abandoned that system. And on the G7, the transmitter is attached to the patch. So against all sense of having a reusable device that hops from adhesive patch to adhesive patch, they've gone the route of Omnipod, which is full of one-way streets in terms of usage. Like, these things, you use them and they're gone. You can't reuse them, even though the technology is all still good. This thing you burn. And so Dexcom has gone the same way, and I hate them for it. I hate them for it to the very fiber of my being, because they've gone with a transmitter that's attached to the adhesive patch. So if you mess up that adhesive patch a little bit, there goes the whole system's gone. And these are like tens of dollars of electronics in these things. Tens of dollars of electronics and technology that would easily pay for themselves and then some, but instead they get marked up 1,000%. And so you make a $70 mistake by slipping with the adhesive just a little bit. That's why they're all doing these big auto injectors. But even the auto injectors go bad. I had one that had a needle sticking out of it the other day. So the auto injectors are like, I'm so mad at technology. as a purveyor of technology, I am very mad at technology. It's almost like it's intentional. Oh, you best believe it. I'm not saying it, but all the signs are there. It's just the way that they for some reason, I don't know, executives are justifying the march of technology in the wrong direction. Wrong direction, I tells you. And you know, there's not just like 12 diabetics. There's millions of diabetics out there. These products are vastly mass-produced. So it's not like they won't make money. It's just that they won't make hand over fist money. Okay, what we're doing here is we are building. Welcome to my show where I'm very mad. No. We're gonna calm down with all the diabetes talk. Oh, it's 14 million. Jesus Christ. 14 million people that have to buy your products or your competitors' products. You imagine that? Okay, anyway. So, well, keep in mind it's through the Oh Bother lens. This is through my own musings. You will find that mostly I'm right, but also it's just through my own lens. Okay, so we are building a modular synthesizer testing module, a module that tests the modules, and the test module is made out of modules that are on a modular setup. Wayne Johnson, hey, thank you for subbing. What is that? What is that emote? Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? I gotta drill down. I gotta drill down and figure it out. Where's my Twitch chat? There it is. CAOINF. My mouth can't do that. Slain. This is impossible to say. Any of the. It's a cow and fits. There we go. There we go. We got there. We got there. I love looking at all the different emotes on Twitch. Everybody has their own sort of like style to everything that's going on, and you kind of get exposed to what people are doing out there. It's neat. Okay, Wayne Johnson, thank you so much for the 52 months. I really appreciate it. And I can't thank Speedy enough for donating a significant chunkus of money earlier. I don't know what I'm going to do with that at the moment, but I will figure it out. We'll try to do something that is visible with that money. Holy shit. Maybe some kind of a device. I would like to get a Flipper Zero and figure out that, but I tried to buy one with the credit card, and the credit card company said, that's shady, no. So they cut me off. I wasn't able to buy a Flipper Zero. Somebody else buy me a Flipper Zero instead of donating money. I don't want, I don't need just, cash. I need a Flipper Zero to show up on my doorstep. Okay, anyway, I'm above asking for donations like that, but still, if you're tempted to donate money, buy a Flipper Zero for the channel. That was a little wiggly, I don't know why. Okay, so what we're doing is we are using modules to build a module that can test modules. So two different meanings of module here. I'm using module to mean these breakout boards for various things. You can go to like pololu.com, or you can go on Amazon and you can buy power supply PCBs. You could just look that up, right? Certain voltages are on these little breakout PCBs. Makes our job a little bit easier because we don't have to go from just having a chip and all of the peripheral chips that make a power supply work to just trusting somebody else to have done it for us. So that's what we're doing here with the modular synthesizer. Now, modular synthesizer, slow down. Modular synthesizers have three primary voltages that they listen to, that they utilize in order to make like music audio. So there's plus 12 volts, ground, minus 12 volts, and then occasionally they use a 5-volt supply. And they're all on this big flat plug. Where'd that big flat plug go? There it is. They're all on this big flat plug. Now, there are other pins on this plug that have assignments, and there's a control voltage and stuff like that on that. We're ignoring that because generally people ignore that. The whole system of modular synthesizers came up as like a little bit more of a specialty thing, and then it was decided that, oh, this could become a standard, and the standard is just ground, minus 12, plus 12, and 5. Generally speaking, most modules will make 5 volts on their own, and nowadays a lot of them will make 3 volts because 3.3 volts is the kind of more prevalent in technology nowadays because we've moved up in speeds, and so lower voltages sort of cater to those speeds. You don't have to move that voltage up very far to get the 3.3, or 1.8 is actually the modern standard in industry. But since we're not in industry, we're doing 3 volts because it's more widely accepted. 5 volts is like the super standard for digital electronics, but now that's actually getting kind of old. It's really 3.3 volts. Anyway, you get that plus 12 and you just make the voltage you want with your own regulator. So we've bought a bunch of modules, and I've been able to make a plus 12, minus 12, 5 volt, and then 3 volt power supply. In order to monitor things, because we're building a module tester, we need to see what the voltages are that's going into the system. We need to see how much current is going into those different voltages. The thing about modular synthesizers, though, is when you come up with a scheme that's really easy to do for op amps, plus minus 12 volts and then a ground in the middle, that gives us those AC waves, you make a common ground, and you move that common ground back to everybody. And so with a common ground on both sides of these power supplies, as well as our synthesizer module, we can't stick what's called a low side current monitor into the circuit. You have high side and low side, so the positive and the negative side. If you have a high side current monitor, you can just put a little resistor in the path of the 12 volts that's running to the thing, and you can compare it to ground, and you can compare the voltage levels on both sides of that resistor, and the differential will give you a fraction of what the current is running through the resistor. If you're on the low side, you need to isolate that ground, and we can't. I cannot isolate the ground. It's a little bit more complicated than that. I can't just isolate the ground to each of these voltage regulators unless I double up on them. If I double up on them, I can isolate the grounds. Hey, what's up, Flatulent Gonad? I retweeted that tweet that you showed me with the resistors. And it came up on my feed on my own, but there's these giant resistors. Japanese electronics Twitter is awesome. It's so cool. If you guys get a chance to find out like the accounts and stuff on the Japanese electronics Twitter, like somehow that made it into my feed, and I think it's one of my greatest feats of achievement, because they do some really cool stuff over there. They do some really interesting stuff. Need some of those. They're the perfect size where if you had pipes going like into the wall, you could just stick a bunch of them on the wall and it would look like a giant circuit. It's so cool. Yeah. So anyway, what I'm talking about is how to monitor how much, yeah, there's Flatulent Gonad, friend of the channel. Not a personal friend. I actually kind of fucking hate him. He's you know, I fucking hate that guy. Anyway, so we could do low side current monitor if I isolated the grounds that are going back to the 15 volts here. Because they're all supplied by an external 15 volt supply, and we were testing it yesterday. We have a USB-C plug that makes 15 volts, and we were able to give it about an amp of work, and it crapped out because I put a thermal resettable fuse on there. And of course, so you know, people jump in chat, oh, but bother, it doesn't actually cut off. It goes down to very low amounts of current. Yeah, that's fine. That protects everything up the line. So yeah, anyway, we were able to test this and make sure that it works exactly the way we want. Because it's a safety device, I really want to make sure that it's good. We all hate him. He lives in England. Oh, wait, I do too. Oh, no. Are you going to do like a north versus south thing? I don't know where you are, Mark. Now I know England, so I can put a circle around that. So we have our 15 volt supply going into these. This is 5 volts. I'm also using it to make 3 volts. And this 3 volt is going to power our op-amp circuits because the 3 volts will not blow up the little tiny microcontroller in this thing. That's why most of these things that you can buy, most of these voltage and current monitors, most of these things are low side current monitors. 100% he's north and I'm south. You should have a posh versus I know a little bit about England, but not a ton. I'm very American in that regard. My grandfather is actually British, and I think he was up in the north too, so he had that accent. He had that, what is that show? Oh, damn it. It's that Northern England police procedural show where the lady has a really northerly kind of nanny accent, I think. And my mother was telling me about this. Oh, that's the accent that your grandfather had. All right, cool. Is it fear? I have no idea, man. Wayne Johnson is also up in the north. Ah, sweet. Yeah, because of the way that I structure my life, so I don't totally waste my day. I don't do the evening streamer thing, which would help me a lot because I think there's a lot more American viewers for a channel with an American that just rants about 555s all day. But in order to not just waste away my afternoons and become nocturnal, I've decided to stream during the day. That's how I keep my militant schedule, and that puts me to the over the seas audience for the beginning of the show. So I'm not surprised to see a lot of people here. Anyway, hopefully we can do some shocking and interesting stuff with electronics. So we're putting this whole thing together. I've got my power supply set up. I've got 15 volts running to everybody. I cannot do a low side current monitor. I have to do a high side current monitor. And we found these over the top op amps that will allow us to do high side current monitoring of voltages that are significantly above what the microcontroller can accept. And because we're only feeding 3 volts into this thing, it's unable to blow up our microcontroller. I mean, the thought is like, what if I could just take over the microcontroller? Because our circuit for the op amps is going to require a lot of stuff. It's going to require a lot of potentiometers and tuning so that we can hit the same curve of voltages that come out of that low side current monitor from our high side current monitor. And it was a struggle. I tried to tune the circuit that I built and it was annoying. I don't know what to do about that. I guess it's just going to be annoying to tune. What I would have liked to do is take over the micro. We did this last stream. We did all the research for this last stream. Take over this microcontroller because it's an ATtiny25. And I've got all the stuff I would need to program an ATtiny25. I have absolutely no idea how the screen works. I haven't been able to find an equivalent screen. So we don't know, without knowing that, it's sort of up in the air about whether or not I could like take this thing over. So anyway, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna go ahead with what I was gonna do and have a low side current monitor for 12 volts and then the 2 high side circuits in this area right here. I'm reserving this for anything that I would like to do with like shunting currents and stuff like that. And then we'll have an output connector up here. And maybe I want to put the plus minus 10 volt regulators on this board as well, because then this will just be all of the power for everything. I'm not totally sure about that. There's a lot that's still up in the air about the circuit. So anyway, we got to get to work. What I want to do is I want to be able to have the negative 12 volt monitor function properly with the rest of the circuit. So I need one of these that I haven't messed up. This one had the shunt resistor removed. And I cut some stuff. On the subject of using 3.3 volts, why do you think it to be 0.3 above 3? Oh, because it's 5, well, 6 is half of 12, and 6 volts is actually in a lot of battery operated stuff. And so I don't know why they went with 5, but you know, 3 and 3 is 6.6. That doesn't really work out, does it? I don't know why they went with 0.3. Yeah, okay, so I can confidently say that it is an ATtiny25, but I'm actually just speculating. The amount of speculation is quite high. The reason that I think it's an ATtiny25 and not something like a PIC microcontroller is primarily from my experience reverse engineering stuff. And when you get to know enough types of circuits and things like that, you kind of get to know design and what people choose. You generally, I don't totally see ATtiny25s and everything, so it might actually be a proprietary Chinese microcontroller in here. I say ATtiny25 because power input and ground are on opposite pins of the same side of the chip. So power and ground, and that matches up exactly with an ATtiny25. In addition to that, because you can't just go off of one piece of evidence. I'm like that British lady detective that has the northern accent. Oh, yes, you know. So you need a couple pieces of evidence. And my second piece of evidence is pin 1, 2, 3, 4 is completely isolated. Miss Marple, I forget. I'll have to talk to my mother and figure out which one it is. Because apparently it's the same accent that my grandfather has. I know that my folks have been tearing through all of the prevalent crime in British villages in their TV watching diet. And I don't know how anybody is still left in the villages, because the villages have like 10 people living in them, and they're all murdered on one particular episode or another of these police shows. Happy Valley? I don't know what any of them are called. All I know is that there's just a lot of accents and people dying all over the place. Oh, yeah, he got murdered the other day. That was episode 4. Fuck. Okay, anyway, pin 4 on the ATtiny25 or whatever is a reset pin, and it's totally isolated here. So if you want to get away with, like, you can sometimes use the reset pin on the ATtinys. You have to set a flag, and then it's like a 12-volt pin. And then one of the analogs into this thing is 10 volts. I don't know if ATtinys in particular can get up to 10 volts, but if this were measuring like a 100-volt input, this pin would be at 10 volts. And I think it might be that the ATtinys can do that, I think. Yeah, 1.8 is 3. Yeah. I have no idea, man. Scooter remixed with the Miss Marple theme back in the UK. What? Scooter is still around? I remember Scooter from back in the day. Don't they do the Fire song? 2, 3, fire! 1996. I don't think it was a 96 show that they were watching. Okay, so both of these have had the resistors removed, apparently. Oh no, this one hasn't. This one has. Never mind. Okay, so we use this one that still has the resistor. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna make a little bit of a wiring harness for it. I'm gonna have the 3-pin connector, but then I will have a DuPont connector that goes to the 1 pin. And then this pin is ground, so we're just gonna ignore it because it's gonna have the shunt resistor. Actually, no. Are we? Wait a minute. Let's check continuity. I don't want to have the big wires in there. I'll just have one singular wire. Let's just check if there's continuity between the grounds here. I'm pretty sure that we observed that the circuit board has a common ground. If only we could find common ground. So between this pin and this pin, or this pin, or maybe this pin? You have got to be kidding me. What? I was relatively sure that these share a... Oh, maybe this wasn't making contact. Which pin specifically? The middle pin. Middle pin to this pin. What about this pin? Are you kidding me? It's totally isolated. Ah. Oh, maybe we're gonna have to have 5 pins going to this one then. My understanding was that on the 5-volt thingy on the screen, where did that go? Where's my notes? There they are. We have the power supply, which uses a Zener diode. It's kind of a cool little thing that biases a transistor using a Zener diode. So you're not just relying on the Zener diode to dump all of your current, all of your excess current, because that tends to waste a lot of electricity and get hot. So the way that you mitigate that is by actually using a separate transistor that has just the right curve on it. And so when you send a little bit of current, or when you limit the amount of current that goes into this junction here, you get a voltage level that's burning a very small amount of current, and you put it into a transistor so that it can more efficiently limit the amount of current that's led into the rest of the circuit. I don't know what you're on about. So the undefined region or intermittent region, we're dealing with 5-fold logic circuits. Choosing 3 might avoid that logic state. Usually you choose that transition as a much lower level so that you can have 3 and 5 volts, just because those exist. 5 volts was the TTL logic voltage that everybody was using. It was used a lot in 7400 series circuits and stuff like that. So, and if your sensors and stuff are slightly older, you may have to interface your 3.3 logic with 5-volt logic. So it makes much more sense, and it's one of the reasons why I'm not a big fan of the TNC 4.1. It makes much more sense to have your 3.3 volt tolerant pins be 5-volt tolerant. Commander Kellogg's, how you doing? How goes the project? It's slow when I'm bringing you guys along with me. I was trucking along yesterday, wiring things up and getting stuff done. But I need to present to the crowd, so I've had to kind of slow down a little bit today, at least. Yeah, 0.5 volt as the threshold for on. It's like real. You set it real low, and that way it's less fuzzy. All right, I'm gonna couch up to the computer a little bit here. Okay, so this is the modification. We're using the LT1637 over the top amplifier. That just means that it takes 3 volts in, but it can take up to 44 volts on its input pins. They're tolerant of higher voltages, and I think it does that through Schottky diodes on the or something like Zener diodes on the inputs. But anyway, that's built into this expensive op amp. Luckily, I only need 2 of them. This is a piece of research equipment, so it gets all the nice stuff. I'm not pulling punches on this. So it's weird though, because I did the calculations of the voltage divider here that does the voltage sensing, and that means that you get up to 10 volts at 100 volts input. That's why I think it might not be an AT-Tiny, because I don't think the AT-Tiny can tolerate high voltage, but the reset pin on the AT-Tiny 85 is 12 volts. Where's that data sheet? I want to open that up again. This is just burning a hole in my brain right now. 24 rather, sorry. The AT-Tiny 24. So, analog. Anal log. They love their little analog comparator. Analog comparator, analog comparator. Idle mode. A to D. Don't really care. If enabled, the ADC will be enabled in all sleep modes. What? We're still talking about sleeping. Brownout detector. If the input buffer is enabled and the input signal is left floating or has an analog signal level close to VCC over 2, the input buffer will use excessive power. This is still sleep mode. We're still in sleep mode. This is a 140-page datasheet, so yeah, it could be a clone that has specific like ASIC stuff baked into it. I'm just trying to see if like let's see, brownout detection, reverse reference signals. This would be interrupt vectors. Microcontrollers are very complicated little pieces of watchmaking mechanical weirdness when you boil it down to a signal level. Sleep. We're still talking about sleep. ADC 0, analog to digital converter channel 0, AREF, external analog reference for ADC. Pull up an output driver disabled on PA0 when the pin is used in an external reference or internal voltage reference. ADC multiplexer section, pin 0, pad pin 0. Nobody's talking about what the tolerances are. cyst? Anal cyst? An anal cyst? What? I'm an analyst, not an anal cyst. What's wrong with you people? Desolder it, put it into a breakout board, find the MISO MOSI. But that would mean I overwrite the hex file that's already programmed into it. Although we did pull a hex file from an ATtiny25 one time. That was for Julian synthesizer, so maybe I could do that. ATtiny24, sorry. We pulled a hex file from it, and we're able to have a hex file. Okay, listen, if I really wanted to shave this yak, I'm just trying to answer a quick question that would just put myself at ease about the disparaging signal levels. We could go down this road. I could fully reverse engineer the circuit. I could get a hex file from the chip. I could try loading the chip up onto an AT25 and soldering it in place. I could then put the oscilloscope in all of its ability to analyze 4 different lines at once, and I could see how it's controlling the screen, what's going into where, how it's getting the different channels and stuff, and we could characterize that and get it running. This is not a yak that I want to shave right now. We have a working circuit, I just need to build it. I want to answer this question so that I can put myself at ease with my supposition that this is in fact an ATtiny25. And that just means looking up what the voltage tolerance of these pins are. The materials to create ICs. So the technology is getting smaller and smaller, and the lower voltage levels are a factor of that. That makes sense. That does make sense. It's still 5 volt for AREF? Well, I'm looking at what the tolerances are, and can it represent a higher voltage? Because again, the circuit that we found inside of the current monitor is 50K over 4.7. So 50K and then 4.7. And somehow with the resistor divider calculation, that means that at 100 volts, this thing is going to equal 10. 10 volts into this pin seems a little dangerous. But the pin 4, the reset pin, is potentially 12 volt compatible, because that's how the ATtiny25 handles reset. When you use that pin as an I/O, you can send 12 volts to that pin, and it goes, wow, you put 12 volts there? I guess I'll reset for programming. Does getting a chip ID command from the AVR do to override the bin file? I don't know. It shouldn't do that. No. Can you set it to not give a chip ID command, though? Is that a thing? I've never really used chip ID, the chip ID system for anything. Where are your maximum tolerances at, Mel? Where are you putting those? Where are you hiding that? If I search this for maximum, this is such a big data sheet. Oh yeah, here's pin 4, reset, VCC and ground. This is just like, how do you hide information in plain sight? And it's by having a 140-page data sheet that does not follow the traditional structuring of a data sheet. So to get the electrical tolerances, I'm jumping all the way down to page 38. It emerges a sweet spot that maximizes performance while minimizing power consumption and heat dissipation. So that's why, but what 0.3 just seems a little, it's like a weird, odd decimal number. 3.3, a third, 3 1/3. Maybe because 3 1/3 was very catchy and it was easy to say. Pull-up resistor, power supply current, power down mode, analog comparator that's leakage. That's leakage. I love that, you know, electrical engineering. I love electrical engineering because I can open up a data sheet and I can pontificate. I can ejaculate about leakage. I'm using the proper use of the word. That's what that word means. Look up the secondary definition. Look it up. Look it up. I'm correct. You're wrong. I'm not being gross. I'm saying that I get to ejaculate leakage in an office and not get in trouble. Anyway, that was leakage. Let's see here. Automotive temperatures, VCC with respect to ground, 6 volts typical. What? That's a lot of volts. I think we're running at 3. Voltage at any pin except reset. Any pin except reset. So yeah, 10 volts is completely out of the question. It's possible that this is like a specific microcontroller that can take up to 10 volts. Because they advertised that this thing can operate up to 100 volts, the current meter. I know. Look, we're not getting a lot done right now because I'm sitting here looking at data sheets and stuff. It's just one of the things. Voltage on reset with respect to ground is 12 volts. So you can see they have 12 volt reset so that you can reassign that pin as an IO, and there's still a way to get back into it and program things. Understanding that engineering dribble when it comes to specifications and IC is really food for thought. I wonder if a bunch of people were sitting in an office drinking coffee and somebody goes, what if it's 3 1/3? That sounds cool. And they're like, well, let's do a little research on that. Hey, we could justify that. And then that's how they came up with it. I bet you it was something trivial. It sounds like it is. Alrighty, so. What are we doing? What are we doing now? So let's get the negative driver, the low side current monitor hooked up. How are we going to do that? Well, it may involve desoldering this plug right here because I think I might need an extra pin. What I was just looking at is whether or not the ground is isolated on these, and I wasn't able to actually get a multimeter probe to read anything. So I want to look at this circuit board real quick and just look to see if there's like a blatantly obvious ground connection between these pins and the ground on this one, because that would put to rest some of my circuit assumptions on this thing. So I'm just bending this giant tab back and getting this out. Let's just take a look here. This one still have the protecting? Oh, good. That means I'll be able to get the protecting stuff off of all 3. They forgot to remove this. This is just to keep you from scratching it during manufacturing, and yet it's still on the thing. Actually, it'd be funny if the screen rattles a little bit, and I'm like, what is that noise? And they actually put this here, not as a protector, but as a spacer. We shall see. Okay, so let's take a look at the circuit board itself. Let's see if there's any connection between ground and regular. Yeah, there is. Was I measuring on the one that I cut? Because that goes here, and then that center pin is just blatantly connected. So really, this and this are the same junction. Let's double check. Why did my meter not? Oh, you know what it was? You guys didn't catch it. You guys are usually so eagle-eyed when I'm programming. You tell me about individual semicolons when it's like this big on the screen, and you guys are telling me I'm missing a semicolon. And yet what you don't see is that when I went to measure the ohms through the junction between the two things, I didn't have to take this apart. I had my probe lead in the wrong spot because we were measuring current before, and I forgot to flip it back. That's why they tell you lead. It'll say lead across this thing when you go to like amps. It tries to help you. It tries to help your dumbass get this straight. And unfortunately, we've invented a new kind of dumbass. We're not smart. So now it should be ohms. I'm measuring volts right now because I'm, again, like I said, smart. So yeah, from here to here, 0.4 ohms. And the thing about 0.4 ohms is that that's what my leads apparently are. Okay, you're just gonna make a liar out of me. That's what's gonna happen. You just like nothing. Everything has to be irreverent, huh? You just can't be honest with us. I saw it. I saw 0.4. I saw it. Don't you lie? You're lying. You lie. You lying. You are a lying son of a. There it is. Okay, no, now it's gone. Anyway, 0.4. Yeah. Commander Kellogg's, of course, good advice. Never underestimate the ability for stupid people to do something stupid earlier. It's like a force of nature. All right, so we have ground continuity inside of this thing. So it's like, how do we connect this to a negative voltage? And if you think about the voltages that are running around on this board, I mean, we have positive and negative 12 volts. Wait, is the rough side in front, or is the rough side is in front? There's a smooth and a rough side, much like all of us. Oh, and V and A, wait a minute, V and A are they can mirror, hold on, this thing is more clever than I thought. I can have V and A on either side by the nature of the letter V and the letter A. I didn't realize that's very clever. I can have volts, this many, or I can have this many volts. Which one do we want? I think we're doing this many volts. Outstanding creativity. I could even have delta, Greek letter, whatever. All right, yeah, we'll put it on this side. So that's the wrong side. Wait, why is that one on that? Oh, because this one, the shiny. No, it's not shiny. Am I on drugs? What's going on here? Like, if I do that on this side, then it's shiny. But this one is rough. But they're all the same thing. I think I'm on drugs. What's going on here? Why is... My mind is starting to go. I can feel it. This one is different. There's no way. What? What? Yeah, it doesn't matter which side because it's backlit. But I'm just seeing how it catches the light. It looks much better like this, with the rough side in front, so it doesn't glint. I have got to be taking crazy pills here. These are just different. They're just different. They're printed differently. What the fuck? What? Huh? Hold. I need confirmation of this, that I'm not taking crazy pills. I've lost my mind. Yeah, I just didn't notice it, but they're manufactured different. These are both on the rough side, and one of them is printed on one side, and the other's printed on the other. Yeah, they screen the wrong side. And of the three that I have, one of them is different. Holy shit, what in the world is going on? Like, that's a little harder to read, because it's on the other side, but like... And again, these are on different sides. What the fuck? I feel like I've been gaslit by my own technology. I'm like losing my mind over this. This is so weird. QA passed. It's not drugs. I'm not doing drugs today. Right now, specifically. They are different. They are different. You know, if I knew the process and I could get it consistent enough, it might just be that this is the surface that they pour the plastic onto. If you have a shitty mold, maybe it creates this nice pattern on it. That, or they just hit it with sandpaper, which is probably what they did. I've done that in the past. It's like, yeah, we make a translucent screen in this factory, and it's like, don't tell them that we're just really bad at making stuff. We're just really bad at it. Everything gets to the end of the line, it's all fucked up. We're really bad at making stuff, but it's a feature. It's a feature. Is insulin a drug? You take insulin. Every single one of you use insulin, and if you don't get insulin for a couple hours, you'll die. It's like a little bit more potent than water, but you're all on it. I just take it externally, and it's less effective external. You're making your own. I don't think there's a dopamine injection that you can get other than heroin, but you know, technically it's a drug, but everybody needs it, and everybody makes it. Everyone is on insulin. Even your dad. Dun, dun, dun. I need an example of a working one to put this back together. So I need to get this out. Yeah. Gimme. I use these tweezers as everything. Today they're a pry bar. Yep, you're surrounded by them. These druggy assholes taking insulin all the time. They're sitting there acting normal, taking insulin. At least I'm open about it. You guys are all covert with your insulin taking, not telling anybody that you're taking insulin. Imagine the nerve. I let you guys know. I settled the score. L-Dopa is a vitamin you can take, which can help your brain produce dopamine more readily. That's one of those ones that you want to have after taking ecstasy, and your brain is all fucking chemicaled out, and it's like, I don't feel like making dopamine, so we're going to spend the day in the bathtub. And you're like, I don't think so. Here's some L-dopamine. And your brain's like, all right, okay, hey, let's go back to normal. I know, Lawn Dog. It's a bit. I'm doing a bit. It's just joking. I'm just having fun. All right, so VA like a so. And then this goes in like this. So we know that those grounds are connected to one another. Now, when we connect to a low side monitor of a... I do remember that. I do remember that. You said it was cool that I was open about being diabetic, which, I mean, you know, what else are you going to be about it? I'm not going to be all clandestine about my diabetes. We'll just put these back so I don't mix them around. I can't believe that one's to the front and the other's... So this one will have to go in the middle then. Like that. We'll know if I get it wrong when things are all messed up. Hey, what's up, Sir Hiss? How you doing? Did you make your screen, your Twitch name before Hasbin Hotel and VisiPop completely robbed you of your identity? Or was it after? I would feel completely robbed because now everybody associates you with one of the characters. This one is cut, so this has to be a high side. So it'll be -12 plus 12, 5. So with this as -12, and we should probably test this with the breadboard before I commit anything, because I've done that with everything else, and I've been finding all kinds of weird twists and turns. So what we're going to do is we're going to plug in the -12 supply. I'll figure out how to clip onto this or something from here, and we'll take that out, and we'll take it to the breadboard. Maybe I'll just solder some jumpers onto it. We'll take it over to the breadboard, and we will hook up the low side current monitor to -12 and see if we can get a reading off of it. We'll have to make a plan ahead of time too. We got to make a plan for it because I haven't tested this yet, and if I haven't tested it, that means it's going to be something that bites me in the ass in the end. So I got to make sure that hooking this thing up to -12 is going to give us a good voltage and current monitoring situation. I may need 3 jumpers for this, 3 individual jumpers, because I will have 3 volts. Well, we'll have to see where our voltage is coming from. You've never seen the other thing? Okay, well, one of the characters is a snake, and it kind of fits with it, so... Okay, so we're done with the microcontroller thing. We're going back to my notes here. And so we have a positive and negative power supply, and we have to monitor the current of the negative power supply. Now, we've been over a couple circuits with this, but we can kind of figure out what we're doing here. So these voltage monitors, it's like a little box. It has a plus V, V plus, a V sense, oops, V sense, and then it has a ground. Then it has a, what is it, an A sense, or rather just a load pin that has an internal resistor that then just goes to ground. So we're trying to measure negative voltage. Our power supply has a positive 12, a shared ground, and then a minus 12. But that's not actually what that is. Those are just kind of at those potentials. Our ground at 0 volts in a DC system, localized entirely within your kitchen, this could be seen as 0, 6, and 12 and 24 rather. No, 0, 12, and 24. Sorry, 0, 12, and 24. In terms of potentials, because with voltages, everything is potentials, right? Everything is potentials. So if we treat this as our ground, we can power the screen all the same. Technically, though, the screen is supposed to be getting its own power. Now, I don't know what voltage the power supply within this thing is. I don't know what voltage this is actually producing. I did say 4.7 on it, which is kind of odd. This is technically producing a 3.3 volt supply for everybody. If I give this thing 3.3 volts, will it actually power up the rest of the screen? I could give it 5 volts, but then the one that's monitoring 5 volts would be getting its own supply. I don't really know exactly what to do with that. Maybe if I give it 15 volts. But let me look up what the screens are. Let's see what they say their voltages are. Because I could power them off of the 15 volt supply, and then it would be able to measure the voltage drop as something that like is taking over. Boy, you know, I'm wondering if maybe I really did need to build 2 power supplies for this. One for the module and then one for the rest of the systems. Because if something I plug in pulls power, the module is going to reset. I guess that's just what's going to happen. It's just if something messes it up, I can at least get to the bottom of it with the displays. But let me just look up on Amazon real quick the display that we have. We're getting through this thing. It's piece by piece, right? And we're just taking small steps the whole way. Small steps the whole way will eventually get us to the high functionality that we crave. Let's see. Those are that. That's that. That's that weird product I don't want anybody to see. No, didn't order that. Didn't order that. That's very personal. Let's see. What is that? Oh, it's a flashlight. Okay, moving on. No. There they are. EA chip, LED digital voltmeter, ammeter. 0 to 100 volts, 0 to 10 amps. I didn't know it only went to 10. So I could give these 15 volts and they'd be just fine. There are other current monitors, and there are probably ones that like this thing would, you'd put your wire through this little hoop. That would be kind of cool, but at the same time, you know, we searched through a lot of these and didn't find anything that was quite what I was looking for, and I need the simplicity. Unfortunately, I have to add a whole nother circuit to it. These are also all low side, although the ones with the little coil, I guess you could add to the high side and it would be fine. Are they? I've never worked with them. I've never worked with them to any significant degree. Where's the like data? Oh yeah, here. So here's how they want you to monitor. They want you to have a separate. Oh, there's going to be so many pixels. Look at all the pixels. Oh yeah, and the unreadable text. Good Lord. So yeah, they put their resistor on the low side, and then they want you to have a separate power supply powering the device. That then shares ground. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to do 15 volts into this thing. Oh, my eyes. Oh. Whew. The problem is plus 15 in reference to negative 12. I think we need to have a slightly different scheme here. It's possible that we need to have some kind of like a Zener diode on this and have this go to -12. Because we're treating -12 as ground. AC current clamps are reverse transformers. Current is induced by the sine wave of AC. DC current clamps have to use Hall effect sensors to determine the electrons moving in one direction. That's all right-hand rule stuff, right? That's interesting. The MS Paint CAD. I find it strange that I'm one of the few purveyors of the glory of MS Paint. That would be the way that we would kind of clamp this to a certain number of volts, because we don't want to draw from the same supply. This thing has ground not connected to ground. Thor is the other one that makes use of paint. I know nothing about them. I would love to see that in the recommendations channel. Pirate Software uses it? Oh, good. I have much respect for Pirate Software. Instead of ground, we're connecting this to -12. Because -12 is at a lower potential from ground. Technically, between these two rails, we have a 12-volt supply. But then we have a ground to 15-volt supply. Pirate Software equals Thor. Ah, I see, okay. Paint is the digital version of a napkin sketch. Yes. Let's get a 15-volt supply going on the breadboard. So I have plenty of these USB circuits, and this'll enable me to not blow up all of my beautiful technology that I've bought. Where did I put them? I had a bag full of little USB adapters. Let me just find them real quick, and then we'll put one to pins, and then we can see what the potentials are with the multimeter. That'll help us sort of measure things out. We're taking a measured response and just building a lot of these applications and making sure that they are vetted before they end up on my circuit. So where did I put those USB power things? I'm wandering around looking for it. One sec here. As I listlessly wander around my shop, mumbling about things, electronics things. My cable went around the wrong side of my back. Got to spin the right number of times in both directions. I had like 7 of them. I don't know where they went. They shouldn't have gone far. They should not have gone far. They're just sitting back here? No. No, they're not. Of course they're not. That would be too easy. On this stack over here, no. Did I throw them up here? No. Did I put them? No. Where'd they go? I thought I had them all stacked up over here, but these are the current drivers and a couple other modular part things. Maybe they're in the drawer. I like sketching stuff on a blank sheet of paper, because that's how I come up with a lot of my circuit stuff, and it's how I used to operate in school, where I'd go to class and I'd be thinking about something circuit-wise, and I'd sketch it down in a sketchbook. And the freedom of it is really what I go for. It's the freedom of being able to just draw whatever you're thinking about and then reference back to that. So doing MS Paint means that I get a little bit of computer help and when I want to like cut and paste a particular design onto something, but then I also get the freedom of being able to just do whatever I want. I met him briefly at DC-24 before they went into hibernation for Goldbug. They've grown legs. Yeah, the power supplies. Pirate Software has gotten super duper popular, haven't they? That's my understanding. It's another one of these names like Tomato, and there's a bunch like that. Strippin', where they have a name that's like a commonly searched thing. So you get Pirate Software as your identity, and you get a lot of people in who are looking for something else, and they go, oh, that's interesting. And they stick around. I don't know if Oh Bother takes up that moniker. It's close, but I don't think people are searching British phrases and or famously Winnie the Pooh's catchline. One of. Okay, where did this stuff go? Seriously, I just ordered like 5 of these things. I had 5 of these little USB adapters that make whatever voltage you program them to, and they were in a silver bag. Here they are. I found them. They're in a pile of crap. Did you go to DEF CON? No. Unless you're talking specifically to Brink GG, which is, I don't know, you use the reply system to do that, because then I know that you're not talking to me. The underscore makes YouTube hate your name. Well, I think I got O_bother on. What it does is it makes my emotes really annoying. You know, I wish I could have, and I've tried to corner Twitch staff. Back when I knew a member of Twitch staff, I've tried to corner them and say, hey, can I get the prefix OH_? Because for some reason they don't allow those characters, even though usernames allow those characters, they don't allow them in the prefix for emotes. Hey, who's that? Hiya, Demi. Tier 1 for 6 months in advance? Dude. Thank you for the 6 months of confidence. For this confidence man. Wait a minute. No, I'm not supposed to call myself that. The lawyers said that I'm not supposed to call myself that. Yeah, it is September, by the way. So there's all kinds of deals that take... They basically slap the burger out of Jeff Bezos's mouth. And you want to slap that burger. You want to slap it hard. You slap that burger out of Jeff Bezos's mouth. He's sitting there eating a burger. The audacity. All right, so let's get some headers on this thing. I'm glad I found this channel. A lot of stuff I like to see. Hell yeah, brother. If you feel like it, it would be awesome to join the Discord, which we have, where we have a lot of people like this that are hanging out, talking about projects and stuff. I love the sharing that goes on in there and all the makeout sessions and stuff. No, I mean just the sharing of projects and stuff. Amelia Love. Interesting. So many channels that I don't know about. Oh, you've already joined. Hell yeah. Subs are $4.19 a month if you do a 6-month renew in September. That sounded like an ad read. I was just reading a comment. I hate advertisements so much. I hate them. I hate advertisements. I hate them. I hate them. I don't mind promotions. I hate advertisements. And yet one of my mods works in advertising. The dichotomy of being a complete hypocrite. Father, don't you cut your teeth off of ads? Listen, I do not push advertisements in any way. If you get some kind of an ad, that's because Twitch forced me to do it. Because I despise the enshittification of platforms like this. I see Twitch as public television. There's a lot of really cool talent that gets discovered in something like Twitch, where you have anyone can just hop on, and the popular people are popular by merit, or by whatever shady shit they did to sell their soul to the devil. But either way, it's like, it's better than ads funding everything. You already advertised me. I have a German friend who watches the VODs all the time. I hope I don't personally insult them in any way, shape, or form. I appreciate the VOD watchers. You guys are awesome. Awesome. That's where the Philly accent's coming in. All right, 2 and 2 for this thing. We're going to get 15 volts, little man. Put that shit in my hand. If you don't got the dough, then you owe me, oh. Oh-ee-oh-ee-oh. All right, so that's going to be our power input. We're mimicking our power supply, and I'm going to throw... Was that a Tim Pool reference? No, but good Lord. Listen, guys, if I start talking like the exact Russian talking points for the psyop that is modern politics, just know that I'm making $100,000 per stream or per month off of that, and I will unsell out when I can. But in the meantime, I would rather make $100,000 a month. You are kind of selling out your own country, though. So, like, I don't know. I would have maybe a slight second thought about that. If they didn't 0.1-inch space this, I'm going to be so mad. For 100K, I'd take that for a few months. Seriously. I'd be wearing the whatever that hat is that they wear, eating borscht. Like, it would not stop. You guys would be very irritated. I thought it was 400K a month. I don't know. The numbers are all over the place as the reporting is. What was that? What was the one that I saw? It was like totally flipped the script about saying that they were somehow forced to do this. It's like, dude, they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars off of this, and just point for point repeating talking points. Oh my God. Who's earning shit tons and why? Basically just the Russian propaganda stuff that's come out about certain political pundits that were very transparently supporting, and then again, like, even in the mention of the one name from earlier, they put out tweets recently that were completely polar opposites of what the stuff they're in trouble for is. But the Department of Justice has like investigated them and released that statement, and they're going to be in big doo-doo very soon. Although it seems like we treat that stuff with kids' gloves nowadays. If this was McCarthy era, those dudes would be in for some shit. Holy shit. I don't get why we're still not hunting them down like that. Yeah, we'll see how kid glovey they are with this sentencing, though. If there'll probably be like a plead the fifth style hearing. Fizziff, plead the fifth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. Do. I can't wait to hear the other, like, people that shared that kind of stuff go, wait, you were getting paid? Like, a lot? I wasn't even getting paid for that. I'm just a shithead. That's gonna happen, you know it. All right, so here's our 15-volt input, and we get that directly from USB-C. Oh yeah, we have to configure this thing to actually do 15 volts. It has to be told what voltage. Basically, there's this whole family of products, and I believe this is probably just a cheap microcontroller. But what these are little voltage regulators that tell USB-C what voltage it should output. USB-C will default to 5 volts, but it's capable and able to do many different voltages. You can see here we get 5 volts, 9 volts, 12 volts, 15 volts, 20 volts. So 15 is pretty convenient. That's standard for these modular synthesizers. It also does quite a bit of current over these voltages. USB-C has been a game changer for this kind of stuff. But you need to make sure that you are USB-C to USB-C, and it has all this stuff in the wire, because it has to digitally negotiate what the voltage is. 100K a week or month. I thought I saw a month, but to create content for Americans with Russian support messaging. Yeah, it's some ridiculous shit. They're out there pontificating about how like taking over Ukraine is like a necessary thing. It's like, what the fuck? Like, it's so transparent. And it's like, with these guys, these are the types of pundits where it's like, oh, you're just being a dickhole. Like, you're just being a dickhole so people like follow you out of outrage. But it turns out they were being a dickhole because they were being told to be a dickhole by a country. It's insane. I'm just glad that everybody knows now. So switch 3 goes to 1. Boop. Okay, I just booped you, and you... Hey, I booped you. Please respond. There we go. Okay. I sent you my boop. What kills me is that this just has a 7805 sitting on it. You think you can get away in the modern age from the 7805. You think people are going to be using slightly more efficient voltage regulators, but just as universal as the 555, you have a 7805. I still maintain, not about the 7805, but I still maintain that the 555 is an obsolete circuit. It is not something you should be learning in electronics. Because, and while everybody loves their history, I get the hiccups in the middle of this. I'm also realizing on hindsight, I don't remember what Bother's rules on politics in the chat. It should be fairly clear where my politics lie in this sort of polar society that we live in. There's no nuance to anything. And so my singular issue in politics is healthcare. And you can plot every other belief system that I have based on that. That's all well and good. Some people have like pinned me as a conservative that like hates vaccines, and like that's the furthest from the truth that you could possibly get. That should be pretty clear. If it's not that clear, you might want to evaluate where you're getting your politics from, because I think you've been brainwashed. And that's it. I'm not going to come down hard on any other type of subject. I'm going to be wishy-washy about stuff. I don't want to charge up my chat with politics. I don't like that. I know other streamers that do that, and you can tell when they're being like that because they'll have some dog shit opinion about something. I don't do that. It's not like, you know, I'm a type 1 diabetic. What the fuck do you think I think about politics? We should be socialists. We should have a little communism just to get a taste of it, just for fun. Fuck. I believe in Star Trek. And then everybody goes, Bother's just an idiot. All right, cool. You can think whatever you want. I had a libertarian roommate once that asked me not to vote. He's like, do you vote? I'm like, yeah. He's like, could you not? I'm like, you are a house cat. You are completely unaware of the systems that keep you afloat while lording your own systems over top of, like, it's just, you're so smug. Fucking libertarians. Anyway, just as a treat. Yeah, what if we had a little bit of equity as a treat? Okay, so VCC and ground, that's going to be 15 volts, little man. We're going to have that VCC and ground. We also want to have minus volts, so we need negative voltage. Don't like me or not like me based on my politics, please. I appreciate it, but you don't got to jump in. God, even diabetes is controversial with the whole Ozempic mad dash. What, like, why do you care that people are injecting themselves with Ozempic? You're taking a cheat code to getting fit. I got fit on my own. Like, yeah, great. You have way more discipline than everybody else, but we have an obesity epidemic in this country, and it's really a corn epidemic. It's all corn. Corn's in everything, and our bodies love corn. They love storing corn. Our bodies are like grain silos. But the thing is, like, if we have this cool new drug that can kill obesity, shouldn't we be handing it out on the street? It's amazing. Why does it matter that somebody took a shortcut? Who cares? Like, we have a chance to make our society much, much more healthy. And while, you know, we should be doing that other ways, like ending corn subsidies, this works too. It's just unfortunate that the CEO comes out and says, well, the cost of obesity down the line is high, so we're going to keep our drug prices high, in some kind of a like a screw loose explanation. Like, how do we explain to dumb people that we are charging exorbitant amounts for this drug? Let's say that we're actually offsetting the cost of obesity down the line. It's like, wait, what? Yeah, well, he was on an interview and he said something to that nature, and it's just like mind-boggling that he would think they have a very low opinion of the consumers. Yeah, it's, I don't know, give them the shortcut and tell them they have to work hard, because a lot of them just won't work hard. And if you get off of Ozempic, you're going to gain the weight back a lot of the time. That's just how these work. What it's doing is it's working with, I believe, the smelgitudes. I can't say it. It's like smaug, smeaug. It's basically they're injecting something that makes your stomach hold on to material longer, and it makes you feel more satisfied with smaller amounts of food and stuff. It's semigilitudes, yes, the similarion. Anyway, it's a concoction. There's a bunch of different drugs that are doing a bunch of different stuff, but a lot of it is just dealing with your feeling of satiation. And it allows you to lose weight in that sense, because you eat a little bit and you go, that's it, that's all I can stand. I was on a bunch of those different drugs leading up to Ozempic, but they don't allow me to be on Ozempic, because I'm on Jardiance, which clearly isn't making me thinner. It's just allowing me to use a lot less insulin for everything that I'm doing. My main concern is that it's been harder to get for type 2 diabetics. Yeah, that is the difficult thing too. You can also get on what are they called again? It's like these people that like mix drugs, and you can get Ozempic through them. I don't know. I don't know what it was. I was reading a comment train, so I don't know how much of that is actually correct. But yeah, there's a little. I believe there's a little bit of artificial scarcity going into that as well. I don't know what's going on with these drug companies, but manufacturing this can't be particularly difficult. You get a bacteria and you shove some DNA into it, and then you put it in a big tank with a bunch of sugar, and then you get a bunch of your drug. That process is not that complicated, is it? Imagine getting Ozempic on the street from the same people that sell cocaine. If it was $40, I would. If it was $40, I would call up my doctor and say, hey, guess what I'm on? Guess what you're not stopping? Look at me. I'm a beach ball with arms and legs. I need it. The Jardiance did nothing. I would have to stop Jardiance, I'm guessing. My doctor was like mad at me when I asked. so maybe I shouldn't. Artificial scarcity, you can make these things at any amount. Nearly every chemical nowadays is poop of genetic. See, the thing is, it's that auto injector that they want to sell you. That's really the thing. That auto injector, I did some tests on when I was doing medical device testing just before I got fired and started streaming. Those auto injectors are the big thing now, because the stupid consumer won't fall off their tractor if they just put something up to them and hit a button and listen for some clicks. And I'm like, I don't want the auto injector. I just want a bottle full of this stuff, and I'll do it on my own. Tell me what the dose is. Like, I'm all for that. Like, I don't need a fucking auto injector. Those things are stupid. A friend of mine's dad is an anesthesiologist, and he'll go up to patients and they'll be like, ooh, I'm a little queasy around needles. And he's like, too bad. Just that's it, right? It's like, to a certain degree, people have actually told me I wouldn't be able to be a diabetic because I'm not good with needles. I'm like, well, you'd be dead. Like, you get over it. So it's like, maybe the people that are so concerned about taking shortcuts for losing weight should get on the auto injector train and get with me. Come over to my side. You guys think Ozempic is a shortcut for losing weight. I think the auto injector is the cheating, and you should suffer having to learn how to inject a needle into your stomach with material in it and toughen up on that front in order to lose the weight. Yeah, the side effect of your squeamishness around needles is that you are dead. So there's none of the others. There's no argument to be had here. We need open source medicine. They were working on that for insulin for a little bit. I don't know if that $35 insulin has scared away that whole open source insulin movement. I've seen talk about using pig parts and centrifuges and stuff in order to create your own insulin. The big thing about creating your own insulin is being able to measure its potency at the end of the line there. Yeah, I have a family member who's on that, and she tells me that it's really uncomfortable and she doesn't like it. And I'm like, well, be uncomfortable because it'll help you. Like, I don't know, some people are averse to any kind of discomfort. It's not a pill, no, it's an injection. It's an auto injector injection. Also, I'm really wrong. Jardiance with insulin? No, listen, it's fine. I'm a giant fat ass, and I've been doing it for years now. What you got to look out for if you're using Jardiance with insulin is that you don't go DKA, because what'll happen is, see, the body does not just use insulin for regulating glucose level. Insulin is a growth hormone. It is primarily used for regulating blood glucose level, but it also does a bunch of other stuff in the body. And so if you don't get insulin, you can go diabetic ketoacidosis, which is when your blood turns into acid. And the last time that happened to me, I was going to a Halloween party several years ago, and I just started feeling funny. I didn't have much to eat for lunch. Didn't really feel like it. I was losing weight. I was on Jardiance. Didn't eat much. Pump decided that I wouldn't get any insulin as a result. And so I didn't get a bunch of insulin that day. And so, I feel funny. And by the time I got to the Halloween party, I was puking nothing into a toilet. And I said, well, I gotta go. And so I went home, and in the middle of the night, I went, oh no, this still hurts a lot. And so I had to go into the hospital, and they did a bunch of tests. They did a CT scan. They did all kinds of stuff. They're like, why is this guy in so much pain? Is it your kidneys that hurt? I'm like, how the fuck should I know where my kidneys are? I feel like the top of my back is hurting. Apparently that's the kidneys. It was a shooting pain down, basically down the back of my spine. So eventually, you know, they did a glucose level. Everything was fine. Usually you'd be hyperglycemic when you go diabetic ketoacidosis because there's so much glucose in the blood that it turns acidic. That wasn't happening. Is this thing overheating without a load on it? No, it's just getting warm. So yeah, it turns out that I went DKA because I wasn't getting insulin. In the future, if I start to feel funny on the Jardians, I stop taking it. That takes 4 days for it to flush out of the system. Stop taking it. Do a little tolerance break. If it starts getting really bad, I will buy Gatorade, and I will chug Gatorade and give the amount of insulin for the Gatorade. So I'll make a big pitcher of powdered Gatorade iced tea, but not a Gatorade iced tea. That doesn't exist. Giant. I have Gatorade powder for Lowe's and stuff, and so I'll just fill a pitcher with you know, orange Gatorade and just have an orange party for a little while, and that usually flushes everything out. The amount of liquids and the salt in the Gatorade keeps you afloat. It flushes your kidneys out. It gets all of that extra bullshit out of there, the ketones and whatnot, and eventually you kind of come out of that and you feel fine again. An orange Palmer, no alcohol. You don't want to shut down your liver. You want to remain liver working during that. There have been times when I've had sticky hyperglycemia where I've given insulin, and nothing happens, and then I'll take like a sip of a beer, and my liver suddenly goes, I don't know, we've been poisoned, and stops doing everything else, and it stops giving glucagon into the system in order to maintain that high glucose level, and my glucose level just goes like straight down. It's insane. You got to know when your liver's being a total dickhead. Okay, so we have 15 volts here. We have our power monitor. How are we hooking it up? Because both of these grounds are shared. That one and that one. So if I hook this up to negative volts, then we're going to be between ground and V+. And if V+ is plus 15, what is our potential going to be? So let's get the negative 12 voltage supply in here, and let's turn it on. I'll use this one because I don't know where the others are. Didn't I have one that had like proper pins on it? I don't know. I don't know where it is. All right, so let's just get this one, and we'll hook this one up to the 15 volts, and then we'll have our areas to probe. How am I going to get... Oh, it's going to be tough. A sitcom involving a diabetic. I would rather have a sitcom with a writer that can write good comedy. So we'll jump over to there. Actually just watched Orville, the whole thing, all 3 seasons. Seems like in the 3rd season, Seth is finally able to get serious about stuff instead of having to put his Family Guy humor into everything. Overall, it's a good sci-fi. It's a pretty good carbon copy of Star Trek, which is what anyone expected out of it. Since Seth has a sort of a deep love of Star Trek. The only thing that's missing for me personally, it's nothing against the show, but there's no like space anomaly episodes. Every now and then they let Berman get away with doing one of his weird things, his weird Berman plots. Not Berman, Braga. Let Brandon Braga loose every now and then, let him do something weird. But I need more weird space stuff. Because Star Trek, the show, originally had they had like physics consultants for like heavy astronomy stuff that they would then boil into the show. And I think that's kind of a nice thing to have. Seth was on Columbia? Oh, this actually can't reach the pins. Okay, did I have one that had pins in it? I think I did for breadboarding. Otherwise, we're going to have to make one. Yeah, Lower Decks is clearly a love letter to Star Trek, and it's actually pretty damn well done for what it is. I did not expect to like Lower Decks as much as I did. Of course, I'm not like the people like... Apparently, when the Lower Decks trailer came out, there were a bunch of people on the internet that were panning it. They're like, this is going to be so stupid. Oh my god, they're so cringy. And then they actually did a really good job on Lower Decks. They did a really good job on it. Never saw a follow-up for that. All right, do we have... I don't think I have one with pins in it, so I'm going to have to find pins for this one. It's too meta. No, it's just meta enough. I think they did a great job. Towing that line? Is that where I actually use that phrase? I always use towing the line wrong, and chat makes sure to let me know. Yeah, some people like it, some people don't. Can't please everybody. Don't like the atmosphere. Too meta. Too self-referential. I don't agree with any of that, but that's okay. So, pin headers that are going to be tall enough, because I want this thing to mount where I can see the labels. It really isn't fan service. It's more of a love letter to Trek. It really is. IMO. All right, I had super tall headers. I don't know what happened to them. I think they've just been lost to the fray of, just lost to the annals of time. To the annals of time. So how am I going to bridge that gap and get this thing to plug in? I mean, I could just have it flip over and plug in the other way. It just means I'm going to have to unplug it and look and, you know, do all that stuff. Big header energy. The last episode of Enter... You mean the one with space Nazis? Oh, they were in here. I know they were in here. They were like normal headers. They just had extremely long pins. I think I've used them for stuff over time. Now, what about if... Yeah, with Riker and Barclay? Weren't there space Nazis in that one? Yeah, see, that's not going to stick very far below these caps. Let me see here. Will it still allow me to plug in? Yeah, kind of, sort of, maybe. If I solder them funny, maybe I can do that. If I lift them up a little bit in their pads. Is this a long one? No. They're all the same size. I think I got rid of the long ones a long time ago. I used them for stuff. Are these? Oh. I mean, the best send-off episode for Trek was All Good Things. I don't think that's unarguable in my mind. In my opinion, asterisk, asterisk. Oh, that was Voyager. Okay. No, there were... Didn't Enterpants have... I thought Enterpants had the space Nazis right when it got cut off. Pretty sure. It was like a holodeck thing. That might have been the arc right before the end. I don't know. So, like, that's going to be tough. I can solder it. like with the things barely in the hole, and maybe that'll work out. It's just got to be that way. Yeah, all right, so we need 2 more of those. 2 more of those. I'd have to do a little bit of research to clap back at you, because from what I understand, which show was it that got canceled with the last episode being... It certainly was Voyager got to conclude. Which DC to DC? The little PCBs? Oh, in one. We go to here. The problem is this thing isn't strictly 0.1 inch spacing, so I think some of them have to be offset, which begs the question, where did the one go that I put pins in? I had one that I was testing with, wasn't I? I think so. All right, either way, it's gone. I don't know where it is, so we got to make another one. We got to make one specifically for testing, because I used low-profile headers on this one, and they don't quite reach all the way down to the perforated prototyping board. Sorry, solderless breadboard. That one back. Okay, yeah, let's just get busy here. Let's get busy. Okay, what? And that goes to like here. And then across from it is the next one, which I have over here. Like that. So we're just setting up a -12 supply right now. I could do this with the power supply, but I kind of want to use these modules just in case there are any surprises. Boy, how can I get a little spacing on these so it holds up the power supply? Maybe I can do like, because yeah, that's not, none of these are contacting. It's just flittering about. I could lift them up, but I could also try to plug them into something, or I could solder another header on top of it, but then it wouldn't be straight. Well, I could use sockets. Maybe that's the only way that I can do it. I think I have only certain ones that fit in the sockets. I only have certain sockets that will fit in those. They're super tall, and then there's ones that are slightly lower profile that are more special, and I don't really want to use the special ones, but I guess I'm going to have to. I've been trying to the best of my ability to source this. This is a special header, and it's something that maybe they've forgotten how to manufacture or something. The typical header that I'm able to find everywhere is this type. And this type, it's got that little toe at the bottom that I like for my two-sided designs, but then the hole in it, this one actually looks like the larger one. The hole in it is so small that it only allows for me to use circular pin headers. Yeah, see how much larger that one is? So if I use this one, this is using up my super special larger pin, the ones that are compatible with these square pins. And yeah, I only can find these for some reason. I don't know why. I've looked everywhere, and I've ordered several pin headers that I thought would be the right thing that very much were not. And I was very disappointed because now I have more of those circular pin headers than I ever know what to do with. I use these with pin headers because they've got a thinner cut, and they tend to allow both sides of the cut to still have plastic on it in the end of the day. Oh my God, I'm using the whole thing. Ah, jeez. Rest in peace. So those fit on nicely. And that'll extend the height of my PSU connection. And it'll retain square pin headers, which are more compatible with solderless breadboard. These are the little things. These are the little things that get you to the goal. How's that working? Yeah, this is the problem with this, is that it's not quite 0.1 inch spaced. So if I have it like that, it's almost square. If I move these in one, it doesn't quite fit. Damn it. I'll just display it like this. Actually, that does fit. Wait a minute. Oh, because this is crooked? That would be there. This would be leaning outward. Yeah. So I've got to do it in kind of a weird, crooked way. What's up, Retro Cell? I was pretty sure that was the last episode. At least in terms of broadcast date. But again, I don't have the computer in front of me to look this stuff up, so. All right, so let's get it soldered like that, and then we can do the negative voltage testing. We can try to get the low side current driver hooked up so it doesn't blow up my whole deal. I need to see that a little closer. Let's go to this camera. There we go. Hey, put it there. What's up? Oh man, what am I going to do with that Speedy Cat donation? I'm going to have to figure out what I can do within that budget around here. I don't just want it to go to burn the subs. It'll go towards something. Paying the bills. No, that's dumb. Gotta be something special. It's not every day somebody donates that. Holy shit. I got a big donation from Speedy Cats. I guess see Speedy Cat. Have reverence. Go watch his stream when he starts streaming. He's building kind of an incredible setup with a lot of technology in it. And I was haranguing him at the beginning of stream about not building anything. He needs to get to building. He keeps ordering stuff. But he's just about at the point where he can start building stuff up. Yeah, what we're doing right now is building the power supply for the modular synthesizer testing module. Thing is, I have one power supply, and I have to cut off the power that runs to a bunch of other stuff in order to do current sensing. I have to have a breakpoint in the power supply that I can measure off of. And since everybody's sharing grounds, it can't be ground. If I was able to cut this ground off here and isolate it as the negative voltage supply ground coming back, I could put a shunt resistor on this ground going to the 15 volt ground from its supply. And that way I'd be able to see how much current from 15 volts this thing is using. But that doesn't really work. If I had a high side, well, for V minus, the high side doesn't work. But for the V pluses, if I have a high side current monitor, that means that I can cut the positive power and everybody shares grounds still. But unfortunately, I didn't have one. So we're taking baby steps. We're kind of testing things out. I tested what's called an over-the-top op amp design that's able to do high side current monitoring and then match it to the voltages that this thing expects to see. On the low side, we have the problem of this power supply sharing a ground throughout. So the ground for the resistor that's being measured goes to our regular input power ground. And so what we need to do is hook up the positive 15 volts. We need to send that through the negative 12 regulator, and then we need to measure from V plus to either minus 12 or ground, and we need to see what potentials are there, and if it's possible that we can run our power supply off of that current. the current that goes from negative 12, because we need to measure from negative 12 to ground. And actually, we would be doing that backwards. So wouldn't this one be going to... Because if that one goes to ground, this one already goes to ground. So this one would have to go to negative 12. So then the potential from there to there and the V sense would have to go to ground as well. So the V plus would be, the power supply voltage would be some crazy voltage, but it would be regulated down to 3 volts. And apparently this thing can take up to 44 volts, so it should be okay. And the potential is that it's got like 30 volts sitting on it. So it's actually quite near its, well, actually 28 volts. 28 volts. A 28 volt potential across this whole thing. And then our potential from here is from ground to negative 12. Or no, that would be the load. So wait a minute. That would actually be the load. And then the load would go to ground. Yeah, so the ground path for the load. I'm not sure about this. I am confusing myself all over the place here today. Yeah, that would be the ground path. So it would be from through load to ground. But isn't that monitoring? That's monitoring the high side. Wait a sec. No. We're low side. Low side is negative 12. That's right. Okay, but I gotta think about this. Hold on one sec. Where are my tools? Oh God, it's all potentials. It's all number lines. So one of these is always connected to ground. And in low side current monitoring, we'd have minus 12, then load, then... So technically, this is the high side. What? That doesn't, wait, that doesn't work. It's, hold on, it's the power, load, shunt, ground. So power, load, shunt, ground. Okay, so I had it right. It was, actually, this should be ground, but this is always connected to ground. Oh no, wait a minute, this doesn't work. So technically, because G is our positive potential, so it'd be like G through this, and then this one would have to be changed, and we can change it. That one would have to be minus 12. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to modify it before I blow up one of these things. Okay, so let's just take a look at potentials on the board. So I need to hook this thing up to the 15 volts that it gets. I hope that makes sense, because it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, let's move this down and over here. Down and over to here. Down and over. And down and over. Back and to the left. Back and to the left. So let's see. We're plugging this thing in like this. That's VO minus. Nope, don't think so. Oh no, but if I flip it around, that one is ground. And then V plus comes in up here. So we'll just take a jumper from here and go all the way over to there. So where do we have... There's the green. Green will do. So green, up and over. And, oh, it's way too long. It's way too long. I need it shorter. I gotta keep this setup neat. This needs to be nice and clean. That's VN minus, or sorry, VN plus. And yet somehow this thing makes it into negative 12 potential. It's It's, as far as I'm concerned, it is a black box. It is magic. There's magic inside of this thing, and it somehow creates negative potential. And then from there, we just have to rewire our brains to understand what negative voltage means in the first place and how it interacts with the rest of our system. Why is this fighting me? Why are you fighting me? Come on. Go right there. There you go. All right, so VCC is plus 15 volts, and that goes into our V plus, and then out of here we get our V minus, and then we're somehow going to connect it to the rest of this thing, but first we need to figure out what the potentials are and that they're not dangerous. So if I plug in my power supply, and we get our negative 12 volts pumping out of this thing, and I measure the voltage on the multimeter, between ground and V minus, we're going to get minus 12. Minus nothing. There we go, minus 12. So there's our negative 12 volts. If we hook something up between V minus and VCC, we get negative 27.25 volts. If I could shove one of those USB power modules into a Wii to replace its shitty power supply, I mean, yeah, it's totally possible. Negative 27 volts between these two. So with VCC as positive and V minus as ground, we have a full complement of voltages. 27 volts is insane. That's going to be at very low current, but it's still what the potential is. So, $27.25 is still within range of 3 to 44 volts. And that is from VCC to negative 12. That's a lot of voltages. That's a lot of volts going in there. If ground is there, and then this one, V plus goes to there, that's 28 volts. V sense goes to ground, and negative 12 is technically the ground for everybody. And then we cut this one off because we want to go from ground to negative 12 on this, on the shunt. We want from ground to negative 12. This one is already at ground, and the thing is, the way that it's connected is like this X'd out resistor right here. So if this one we keep, just going to modify this. Now, if we have negative 12 on this part, can they remain connected to each other? If this is negative 12, and this is ground, that still works. That actually gives us our low side, I think. So then our load would go, it would basically be, oops, hold on. Load, and then this would be ground. So that goes down through to ground, which is now negative 12, and that gives us the right circuit. Okay, all right, I'm feeling better about that. So let's hook it up and see what explodes. Because then we're measuring voltage from negative 12 to ground up here. Or wait, negative 12, yeah, to ground, which V-sense will go to ground. I'll just get the symbols out of here so this is a little bit more generic. Okay, I know what to do. I know what to do. I know what needs to be done. So we don't need to cut off that resistor because it's fine. Which means that the red wire goes to the load, and we're going to be using our dummy thick load. Actually, I want to put pins on the dummy thick load because that'll help me work with the dummy thick load a little bit better. I could do like a 3-pin header and have it run out to a bunch of different That would only be if I could glue it there, but I don't think I can glue it, so I just need to put, like, a pin on each of these nodes. Single pin is very difficult to solder to stuff, because it kind of goes wrong. Things go wrong. Maybe I'll do 2 pins to each node. Because I have a bunch of 2 pins that are sitting around. Yeah, all right, let's do that real quick. Let's do that real quick. I want to make my dummy thick load easier to work with. These have worked out pretty well for the amounts of current that we're in. For like an amp, these are, I don't know what they are, 7 watt. They're 7 ohm. I don't know how many watts they are, but there's some kind of crazy old resistor style. But they don't get too hot. They're pretty good. Now, if you're building yourself a dummy load with like 7 ohm resistors, you can get ones that are like metal. They have big metal heat sinks on them. All right, so I need a little bit of solder on the end. Let's get the big solder out. I don't know. The tiny surface mount solder is not what I need. What are you going to AliExpress? Oh, dumb thought. I wonder if I could shove one of those USB power modules into a Wii. Yeah, I mean, I don't see any reason why not. What's the current requirement on Wii? I think it would work with USB-C, though. Power is power. There's no necessity for a power brick to be a certain way on most electronics. So what the plug that I plugged this into does, it's just a JST connector, but it's keeping the plastic from distorting as I solder it. So I can keep these in line with each other. This is very blurry, sorry. I always get very insulted when another streamer has a blurry camera, and here I am doing it. Get this out of the way. Why have you compensated for no light? What's going on, camera? I've learned all the foibles of the Logitech cameras, and they're not amazing. They're okay, but... Oh, you know what I can do? Oh, I have a better idea. I have a better idea. I'm still going to go with 2 pins, so let me recover this one. What I can do is use a big female header. And I know we call them male and female, and a lot of folks have moved off of calling them that. It's hard for me to change. Sorry about all the dog hair in here. I dropped all these on the floor, and I had to pick them up off the floor, and so they picked about 10,000 dog hairs with it. We got a corgi. Corgi's shed. It's summertime. Ugh. But anyway, I have these giant female headers, and I can use them to align all of the pins that I put on this thing. Well, the Raspberry Pi is notoriously weird about its power input. You have to give it exactly the right voltage, or else it goes a little cattywampus. It starts to throw a little fit. Throws a little toddler fit. Do I have any 2s that are already cut? No. All right. 2 and then 2 on this one. That'll be this side. So I want that to be somewhere around here. Probably could have used right angles for this. Well, that, and then the last one right here. Oh, that's out of alignment. I can just get it to solder like that, then they'll be semi-even, although this has to be up a little bit from where it is. So this one on the end is going to be the oddball. If I move these up like this, there, now they're all 0.1 inch spaced, although they're offset a little bit. But I can solder the 3 of them like this. That actually works pretty well, although this needs to be pulled in by 1. That's good enough. All right, get that over here. See to soldering these again. Oh, it's holding it too high up, though. the inconsistency with the distance here, and the fact that this one doesn't have a pin on it. All right, I can deal with it. Just held on by a giant blob of solder anyway. We're not making this CAD perfect, you know? She's a real beaut. Slaps roof. You can fit so many pins on this thing. If I really wanted to, I could run another one of these horizontally so that I get that spacing right, but I don't think I really should do that. These are just to make it easier to use jumpers. Throw a heatsink on it. Throw it in a 3D printed case. Oh, I can't grip this. Yeah, maybe like this. No. Son of a... I've made it so I can't clamp to my own things. Unless I put something in there to space it out. That's not good enough. How am I going to hold on to this? Oh, no. I'm going to have to go sideways. He's gone sideways. All right, another sacrificial pen hitter, pen header, pen bunner. These are kind of long. Where's the short ones? Pin header. That's what I'm trying to say. This is one of those days where you kind of get caught up in some simple stuff, and it ends up bleeding over into your entire day's activity. But it's something that I don't want to fail at. I really don't want to plug this thing in and have like the screen die. So if I take the steps now to be careful about this, I will succeed in the end. And if I work up the complexity slowly, the power supply, there's not much more to it after these current monitors. There'll just be a little bit of tuning, and then that'll be done, and that'll be one segment of the entire project done, which is a big deal. Getting the power supply to be super reliable and have some safety mechanisms in it. I know it's not good enough for you guys, but it's good enough for me to have it just have overcurrent protection to a small degree. But, you know, it's never good enough for everybody. Somebody's always got to complain about what I'm doing is totally wrong and everything's going to blow up and I'm not doing it the way they think it should happen. These are the things that streamers have to deal with. And also the fact is, people won't let me fail. If they do, they usually lord it over me, but they don't let me make the mistake that causes us to grow. Like if I was doing something patently wrong with, oh, Jesus, I fucking should have known that would happen. Somebody will jump in and start telling me about how wrong I am about what I'm doing and that I can't do it this way and I can't do it that way. And you guys see, I get mad at that and then I end up doing it anyway. How can I space this out? I need like a spacer in here that'll let me clamp everybody and still solder the pins down. What about an entire insulin pump? Too big? It's actually perfect. Okay, I'm gonna use this. It's perfect. Oh, don't want to clamp it too hard. I clamped it a little hard there. Yeah, this load resistor has been through quite a bit. It's seen many moons. Yeah. Hold on, I gotta position things a little better than that. We're better than that. I should probably put this in something that'll hold it still. Hold it at a certain distance. Oh, and it looks like one side of the resistor has a big metal plate and the other one doesn't. These have just sat in a drawer for many, many years, so. Don't use anything you wouldn't mind breaking. Yeah, that's the case. Ain't that the truth of it? My soldering iron found a hair, believe it or not, since my hair, each individual hair on my head is a mile long, except for my eyebrows. Every hair is enormous today. And my dog hairs are everywhere. Believe it or not, one of those hairs somehow found its way to the soldering iron. And now I smell burning hair. Do I have a burning hair detector on this thing? Why didn't that melt at all? Is my iron's on? There it goes. Trying to bend that wire up a little bit. The more I wrench on the iron, the more this thing is prone to bending the thin metal on this. I've had it happen before with my old paste station, where I bent the metal of the iron tip. I keep seeing, is there a hair on the tip of the iron? Oh no, I think I touched the plastic. Oh, that's great. Let's just combine burning hair smell with burning plastic smell. That should be great. How come this one reaches and this one doesn't, though? That's bugging me. One of them is pushing up on the pin header. Strange. Well, let's just get them both soldered. Let's just get them both soldered. Let's not worry about all that right now. These are going to be a little bit weird and uneven, but it should be less. It shouldn't be noticeable. We won't mind it. Especially if I load it up with solder. It's one of those fun things that you get to solder where you can be completely ridiculous with the amount of solder that you're putting into it. Make it a big blob. And we like that. Needs a wet sponge? No, I don't use a wet sponge. I use a brass cleaning pad. It's a Scotch-Brite? No, that's not right. What are they called again? It is Scotch-Brite. It's not Brillo. Brillo's not what I'm thinking of. I think it is Scotch-Brite. Use Scotch-Brite pad as a dry sponge. Dry sponge is so much better than wet sponge. I hate wet sponge because you get wet sponge smell, and they always get real manky because of all of the bacteria that gets into them. So I use a dry sponge, and you just kind of stab it a couple times. That's okay at Clockwork Chocobo. The nature of this show, we have like 60 people watching, which is amazing. I've seen some fairly popular content creators really drop down in numbers lately, and they're sitting at less than what we have today. So I'm super thankful for all of you. Thank you for watching my show. I can't believe you do this. Look at what you've done. Yeah, brass wool. It's so awesome for cleaning the iron. It will damage your iron, though, because you're stabbing it into something, and all those little bits of solder, like, solidify it. So eventually you're stabbing something that's, like, way more solid than you expect, but it cleans it really well. It kind of scrapes off all of that excess solder. And you just have to watch that things remain tinned, which they typically do. But yeah, I'm super thankful for the amount of viewers that I have. Amazing. I forget where I was going with that. Oh yeah, the nature of the show is that we don't have a ton of people. In terms of like a moving chat on Twitch, 60 people, it's hard to get you guys talking. Sometimes there will be times when it's one screen name for 27 messages. That's okay. We have nobody here. So talking directly to the streamer for 65 messages, that doesn't bug me. And it shouldn't bug you. And I know what that feels like, where you've filled up an entire chat and you're like, ooh, I should back off a little bit. But there are times when backing off is polite to that, but it's not this time. This is just one of the times when things are quiet. I'm working on a project, not a lot of side conversation is going on, or I'm ADHD focusing on what I'm doing, and things just kind of die in chat. I'll need to replace the tip once, but most wear happened previously. Yeah, I don't think it's too damaging. It does, being cognizant of what it is good, because it is scraping your iron tip. And so, I have that retinning cleaner that I got from Radio Shack in 1992 that still is completely full of good stuff. And they don't really make this stuff like they used to, huh? This stuff will kill you dead. This is some weird asshole chemical. Tip tinner and cleaner from Radio Shack. And there's no date on any of this, I don't think so. No, there's no date on it anywhere. But It is just, it looks like the surface of the fucking moon. It's like some kind of plastic that you dip the tip in, and then you take a deep breath and you get cancer. But this is like, this stuff has tin in it, and it'll re-tin your tip. Pretty cool stuff. Terrible for the environment, but I just throw it at a dolphin when I'm done. My view is that if one person is talking, it's still good. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't want to hold the view that nobody talking is bad, because that's a view too. These larger streamers that like come over from YouTube and stuff like that, and they have thousands of people in their chat, I would love to see the mental breakdown they would have if they had nobody talking and like 10 viewers. Because I did that. That was my life for a while, is streaming to nobody and keeping my own conversation going, keeping myself talking about stuff. That's really what separates the amateurs. It's like I feel like the professionals would not be able to handle it the way we can. I'm not a chatter, but I enjoy your stream. Well, listen, thank you for lurking. You are more than just the foundation of the show. You guys are who I'm streaming to. I love you guys uncomfortably, like to the point where you might start dialing HR. You might want to put them on speed dial, maybe. YouTuber, don't be a sex pest challenge. Impossible. What is up with all these YouTubers? I love electronics. Hell yeah. Freddy Krueger redeemed on-screen celebration. Listen, I don't see those. I should probably turn that off. Electronics and electrical stuff. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. All right, so we got our dummy load, and it is dummy thick. And so now we just need to plug into the dummy load and get something on the screen according to how we've planned things out. So the ground that this sees is actually -12. But since everything is electrical potentials, what we're considering ground is as -12 is actually, we could consider to be ground, and then positive voltage we could consider to be positive 28 volts. Now this thing says it goes from 3 volts to 44. Is that only on the sense pin? Hold on, let's double check before we blow this thing up. And as much as I hate to do that, and as much as I'd rather blow stuff up, that would be a significant blow to the project because I can't source new ones of these that quickly. So let's just double check. Measure voltage is 0 to 100 volts. Operating voltage is 4.5 to 30. Boy, we're cutting that close. We're 2 volts off. That is really the skin of our teeth, isn't it? More than I am comfortable with, but I am forced to. Unless I put like a Zener diode in there, but I don't think I want to do that. You can't turn them off yet. There was user feedback to get power-ups turned off. Like, Twitch, what are you doing? I look at my OBS feed, so I don't see what the outward Twitch window is. If I could, hey, Twitch Incorporated, could you guys send me like a big monitor or maybe just like an ultra wide? Just send me an ultra wide, and then I could put that above the 3 giant monitors that I already have. Of course, the size difference is really annoying between these two, but I bought, this is the new one. I bought a new monitor that's like I think it might be 4K, it might be 2K, I don't know, but it's bigger than the other two. I used to have 2 really heavy Dell monitors. These are all very light. This is also the one that I take to LAN parties now. But if I could put something up above, then maybe I could open up the Twitch feed as well, and I would know when there's a celebration. God, it's getting close to being like a project pod over here. I'm getting surrounded by my own, I'm hoisting myself by my own petard in this setup. Streamer dies from monitors falling on him. Avalanche. Sexual pervert. News at 10. So we can go up to 30 volts. We are barely skirting in under that. Yeah, if Twitch is going to do like an external alert on the outside of the page, then buy me a monitor to monitor that with. Because I don't have room to open up anything but all the chats, Twitch and YouTube, and my OBS feed, and then one measly little corner of a window that allows me to do any research and read chats. Ugh. Surprised the tiles are still up? Hey. I did a good job with those. These are spray glued to foam core. And the foam core is then stapled to the wall. With a pretty serious staple, though. It's a big staple. There's a staple on either end of the foam core. The foam core, maybe not the best idea. I probably should have just stapled them all up. But they stay up just fine. For a while. For a little while, it was so humid in here that the foam core would warp. And when it warped, they would fall off of the wall. Because I had them with 3M double-sided foam things, the stretchy things. I had that holding them up. But then the foam core would flex and warp. And they all ended up falling off. So I got my staple gun, and I got some longer staples, and they just stapled right into the drywall. It works pretty well. Holds them up nicely. And that way I'm not completely ruining all the walls in here by putting it up. Some people spray the adhesive onto the wall and then put the foam directly up on the wall. And to be honest, like, these don't really do that much. They kind of kill a little bit of the reflective sound, but if I was really trying to kill reflective sound, I would put stuff in the corners, because that's where all the reflections are made. So someday I'll move shop, and I'll be able to start with the premise that I'm going to be streaming out of it, and I'll buy some real thick foam for it, bigger triangles on it, and corner pieces mainly. And I'll have beautiful acoustics so that my milling machine can fill the air with beautiful chip noises. It's beautiful music. Okay, dummy load. We had some connectors over here that would fit on the dummy load. You guys should see how quickly I work when you guys aren't around. It's embarrassing. I did do a Discord stream once where I was working without audio, without having to talk to you guys and without having to listen to you guys, and it was kind of amazing. I was able to do CAD work really quickly. Wait, why isn't this gripping at all? Ah, damn it. You can refurbish DuPont connectors if they end up slipping off of the pins that they go to, because sometimes I'll use, like, I think these I used with the, oh crap, I gotta not do that. These I used with the multimeter, and the multimeter probes bend the little inside things. So you can remove the cover from this and then go in there and actually bend the metal back. Sublaser no more. No, it's still a thing. I haven't worked on it in a little bit. It has been too long since I've worked on it. I have been throwing myself wholeheartedly into this synthesizer module testing module. I've sort of thrown myself into it. I need to get this done because Dave still doesn't have a synthesizer, and somebody is actually talking to me at the moment about sending me a 303 because the Acid Labs guys aren't responding. So they could send it here and I could repair it. I don't know if I would be doing future module repair because it is kind of a pain in the butt. But while I'm spooled up on 303 stuff, I would be willing to take that person's 303 and fix it and get it back to them. If they're paying shipping, because shipping is going to basically roll us all. So I really want to get this thing done because I'm tired of not having results to show for all the work that I do here and not being able to get my friends their stuff back. Burn the Subs will get done, for sure. We will get back to working on Burn the Subs. It is heavy on my mind. Oh, and the other thing is we were waiting for some MQTT stuff, some MQTT broker stuff to be worked out so that my file server can be used with TrueNAS in order to run an MQTT broker so that I can have Node-RED, MQTT, all that stuff just simplified and on one singular system. One single box, one computer has to be up for all this stuff to work. It's not going to be a bunch of Raspberry Pis that I have to keep running. I've watched a few co-working streams, but found that strange sometimes when they just start staring at the screen. Oh, you mean that system, the co-streaming system? One box to rule them all. And in the darkness, bite them. Yeah. Okay, so there's our dummy thick load. And our dummy load is going from where? Where our dummy load? We refer back to our notes that I erased. This is -12. and then the load goes between red and ground. So red wire, just erase all these little dots. Red wire, load, ground. Where can I get ground? I can get ground here. Here, let's move over to here then. Move this over to here, and then we'll put it on top of the heatsink so we don't damage my desk. This is just a flat heatsink that I got out of some random like device. It might have been a power supply. It might have been on some kind of a processor, but it's like if you find something like this, grab it. This is a great thing because it's aluminum, it's flat, it's good to tape stuff down to and solder against it because all the heat will be dissipated through the fins. It's flat, it's big, it works great, and it doesn't take up a lot of room on the shop. So I put this under the vise over there, and this is sort of my work pad. So if I need to like get solder off of a chip, I'll do it on top of this, and then I don't end up burning my precious healing mat. You could also get a silicon mat, but I mean, I like this better. Intel NICU, so NUC, network interface card, to run all my Docker containers as one box does everything. See, yeah, that's kind of the premise. That's what I wanted to happen with all this stuff, but I got kind of like hamstrung by TrueNAS not supporting. Nobody has like a Mosquito MQTT app for TrueNAS, and TrueNAS doesn't allow the ports that MQTT wants. So there's this whole thing. Brink was heading that, and is still heading that, and there's going to be development soon. It's just one of those things. NUC is one of those ghetto computers, a new unit of computing. Interesting. Oh, you mean those cheap, the things that like Rabaz turned into routers? I've wanted to try doing that. I thought that would be kind of cool to do, and then get some kind of like an enterprise level Wi-Fi thing. This computer, I would love to do something. This is, I think, barely a gigahertz. I think it might be 1 or 1.5 maybe, but this thing is so awesome. It's a 24 volt industrial General Electric Windows PC. I would love that to do all of the brokering, and then I could put it like there up on the wall. But the logical place for all that is the file server. The file server is an AMD. Sorry, it's a Ryzen. What number is that? Unraid. Oh yes, as a paid service. I have an IT friend that's been trying to turn me on to that. It's a Ryzen 3. This is a Ryzen 3 machine. So it like, as a file server, this thing is bored. So I want to make it do more stuff. So I'm going to put in a Docker or something similar, whatever this thing has. It's not Docker, but it's something similar. I need to put FridgePi, my refrigerator controller, and then I also need to put the MQTT broker on that. And I've just kind of struggled to figure it out because the MQTT broker uses ports below what TrueNAS likes to use. It's this whole fucking thing. It's so convoluted. Yeah. Okay, so our W load is on there. We're on the lowest current setting, which is 300 milliamps. We need to connect the rest of the connections of this thing. So vSense is going to go to ground, and that's the yellow wire on this thing. So yellow wire goes to ground. Ground goes to -12. It's just confusing like that. So let's go with yellow wire goes to ground. So that's over here. I'm just going to double them up like that. Yellow wire goes to ground. The black wire goes to -12, which is over here. I gotta like sneak under to get to that. There we go. And the red wire, wait, which one is the red wire? Red wire, I believe, is the well, let's look at the Amazon page. Did I close it? No, it's up. It's right here. Where is it? The red wire coming out of here is positive supply. So that's going to get 28 volts. That's going to be pretty extreme. So let's get our pretty extreme wire here. Whoa, extreme. And we'll put that over to, where is it? Here, we'll do white wire for that one. Over to VCC, which is coming from the 15-volt power supply. Whew, that is brain-breaking. Now, since the black wire is shared with the black wire here, we're just going to leave it alone. Not going to do anything with that. I'm not going to use wires that are this thick on the final thing. I'll have to make little wiring harnesses for it. And we'll use, it's 4 pins, so this is still okay. So I'll do 4 pins of silicon wiring, and then the current that this thing is running should be totally fine for the thinner wire. Okay, all that's left is for me to plug this thing in and hope it doesn't explode on contact. You guys are ready? Usually when we do polls like this, if we do like a poll about whether or not this is going to work, you guys seem to trend on the side of me being a buffoon. But you can see that we've been so careful about everything that we've been hooking up today. I've had to like double check and make sure that everything was perfect in order to hook it up, only to have it explode. 3, 2, 1, go. Ah, didn't plug in. Hold on. The USB-C connector is a little moody. Oh, baby. 12.1. I don't think I believe 5.4, though. It does go down to 0. It's really not supposed to be 500 milliamps. This one should... 700... 1 amp? I guess it is pretty accurate, huh? Blue smoke incoming. No! I'm not a buffoon. I know what I'm doing, as evidenced by this thing kind of working. This should be around 300 milliamps, though. Not 5. Makes me think that these things are hilariously inaccurate for what they are. This is similar to the results that I was getting from the original circuit from this thing without the adjustments in there. I also don't like how it's multiplexed. I wish it was either faster or way slower or something that doesn't make the camera kind of treat it funny. It's the same thing with the VFD display. It's kind of multiplexed weird, so the camera's frame rate doesn't sync properly to it. It's like if I alter the white balance, it usually will follow. Yeah, see there, it kind of persists a little bit better. Okay, so that works, huh? How's this doing? It's getting warm? Pretty warm. The only thing that this is lacking is a little stabilization. I need something that can handle the temperature, that'll hold on to these and keep them together. Maybe one day we can machine a little piece of aluminum to go with it. Or just a PCB or something, I don't know. Because like unplugging these, I have to stabilize myself on the resistor, which means I'll burn myself at the higher currents. But it looks like we've got an accurate representation, sort of voltage. It may need a little bit of tuning. And then we've got current as well. So what that means is that I know exactly how I can hook this up over here. Now we are at, what are we at? We're at 4:30. I mean, I guess I have time if I'm going to my normal time of about a 4-hour stream. So let's get it hooked up, and then we can get the whole system running it. That'll be good. And it's a pretty easy hookup at this point. So all I need to do is figure out what my 4 pins are going to be. Ground, VCC, shunt, and then V-sense. Ground, shunt, no, ground, VCC, shunt, no, V-sense, shunt. Let's make a label for that. Well, whatever, let's just wire it. Okay, so I need to make sure that these all have the same pin out, even though some of them are going to be high side. For the high sides, I'm going to relocate the shunt here, and instead of a shunt pin, it'll just be the voltage pin for, it'll be volts for volts and then volts for amps. Cool. So yeah, this is ground down here, so we can just connect all these to ground. I would actually not want to do that. I'm going to run a wire from one ground to the other ground, just so there's an extra wire. In case I unplug this and try to run part of the power supply, I don't want this to be like a fusible link on ground. So what I do, and I'm going to try to keep the crowns blue on this board, just so that there's a little bit of consistency and I can visually tell what's going on in the circuit. So we got to run from here basically to right in front of it. Let's do that. And the way I've been doing it is either by, well, I've been measuring it with this thing. Okay, so this is hilariously overpriced for a piece of plastic because it's not available. It's like something you can't find, this little pace measuring tool. I would love to find another one because I broke off one of the tongs on it. But this thing has been so useful for stuff like this. If I'm transferring a design from solderless breadboard over to perforated prototyping, which again, not something you necessarily, if you guys don't have perforated prototyping board, you don't really need it. You don't really need it. You don't need to buy this. I'm sure I've seen one on Yagi to 3D print yourself. There's variations of it, yeah. But like, you don't need this. This step, I'm doing this right now. It's not, circuit boards are $5. You can make a board this size for less than $100. So it's like, why don't I just go directly to PCB? The reason I'm not going directly to PCB is that I already have all the parts and I wanted to get rolling on the actual build. But the temptation has been extreme. I could just go straight to PCB with this and it would be a much more organized design. Then again, working with the perforated prototyping board means that we can do this modularly as I've been doing. So I place down the 15-volt power supply, test to see what kind of current will break the PTC. Then I put in the little switch adapter, put the switch in there, make sure the current can handle that. Then I put down the power supplies and I measure the power supplies. Then I can do stuff further upstream and measure that and just go slowly with it like that. That's how you would assemble the PCB that you would build in the end. But then this lets me vet out all of the physical stuff so that I'm sure that it works when I make a PCB, so I don't waste all that money. But again, like I'm saying, like in smaller designs, it's almost obsolete. It's very close to obsolete. Shockingly close to obsolete. That's what they used to call me. Where did that go? That's on the floor now. I spent all that time measuring it, making sure it was the perfect little boy. And now it's gone forever. I heard little ticking noises so far away. There it is. I found it. I found it. Oh God, there's a whole pile of crap underneath this. Oh boy. Just, oh dear God. Oh dear God, the dog hair. There's so much dog hair. Ugh. Any corner of the shop where air kind of pools, there's just a pile of dog hair. My dog doesn't seem to mind it, but every time I drop something, I end up having to sift through copious dog hair in order to get it out. Oh my God. We didn't have a dog for like 20 years. It's a good dog. She's a good dog. She's a wonderful dog. She's actually an incredible find to find a dog with a personality that she has. We lucked out. And then every time I post a picture of it to Rob Oz, he's like, God damn it, that dog is too fucking cute. All right, so that's going right here. I've been doing this for the past 2 days, this bend, fit, wiring. Bend and fit, fit and bend. It's gonna go like that. It's gonna go like this. And I cut them to the pin size. Let's further bend downwards to make a nice clean underside. Using the wire, the prototyping wire has been good. They're nice, big, brightly colored wires that are solid core. They can handle whatever current I throw at them. You don't want your wires to be the thing that's burning up. Same reason that home wiring is the way it is. Why I use such thick home wires is because you don't want something in your walls catching fire. There it is. So there's my little jump right there. And then on the other side of this, I'm going to take that ground and I'm going to bring it all the way out to this ground. Is that on the right row? Yeah. So I'll just solder one of these for now. Where's my solder? It's way over here. Probably should use the thick stuff for this. Don't forget that according to chat, lead is wonderful and actually good for you. You should have lead in everything. You should just chew on a block of lead. Make sure you're getting enough lead in your diet, is what they told me. Of all the asinine shit that Chad has ever said, that's going to stick with me for a while. All right, so there's that connection. I'm going to do the other side of this blue wire so that we can solder just this big chungus all in one thing. So let's go back to here. And I got to measure the wire that's going to go from one end to the other. I'm not trying to make the wiring like super, you know, you see those, you want to be really angry? Lead. Yeah, that's why all the boomers are mad at everything. You see people doing these like designer circuits on Twitter and stuff, especially Japanese Twitter, which is amazing. Japanese electronics Twitter is awesome. But you see these people doing these like intricately bent wires and everything fits in. They fit in just the perfect piece. You don't need to do that. I'm just putting a big blue wire on this thing so that if I remove this module, it continues to connect ground to the monitor displays. And, you know, so that I know what's going on. But it doesn't need to be, like, acutely visible at all times. I don't know if acute was really the word that I should have used there. Let's question my $4 words. I'll use these words and then my dad will immediately correct me because he's like way more educated than I am. It makes me feel stupid. Damn, use big word. Make big sentence. Try to get that. With the jacket on the wire, it's not going to make a very hard bend, and sometimes I'll come back and rebend it. The whole purpose of the jacket of the wire is to insulate and to keep the core wire from bending too sharply, so it's not prone to breaking. Yep. And over to here. There we go. Oops, I skipped. Got to be from there to there. Also wire up the other pin. I'll have to drop a little thing in there to make sure that the other pin, the two pins are both contacting, because that would be even worse of a thing if somehow unplugging this separated those two and kept current from flowing. Why is Obother always talking about lead? Listen here, you little shit. All right, let's get that one in. Actually, you know what? You know why I'm always talking about lead? Because I'm constantly being exposed to it. And that's not good. Limiting the exposure to lead is a very important safety thing. I should really wash my hands after I stream. But constantly talking about lead is an end result of its use in the shop. Why is it so washed out? It seems kind of washed out. I need to calibrate my cameras before tomorrow. Heat that up. Make sure that I'm pressed in all the way on this. I cut it so that there's only a little bit of overlap between the wire and the pad. And then, of course, I solder the entire pad, and it acts as just like a nice little jumper. Let's get rid of that solder right there. That solder right there is not supposed to be there. One day, I will take a break from streaming and redo all of my visuals on this stream, and we can put more fun stuff. We can put more fun scenes in, you know, weird stuff. The kind of stuff that Gonad does, but I see a lot of other streamers doing it too. All of these sort of designed visuals. What's going on with that? Is that connecting the way that I want it to? No, it's not. I think it's supposed to be like this. Ooh, that's really off. Hold on. There we go. That's the L that I'm looking for. All right, so over here, we got these two connected like this. I don't have a ton of runoff from the one. I thought I'd have more. Is it sticking out? Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, I do have more. I do have more. So what I want to do is I want to turn that one into a little L. and get that to contact its buddy next to it. So I want to bend this way, and then I want to bend this way, and then down, and then cut the excess. This one's going to be a little bit sloppier than the others. Buying a nice Nipex set of flush cutters and not using them on anything other than stuff that you want to cut flush or flesh. No, flush is the one. Yeah, very, very good choice on my part. They were not cheap. They were like $30, but they're a tool that you use often. So it's a surprise tool that'll help us later. Oh, you know what? I shouldn't just solder directly to this because I'm going to be heating up both pads at the same time. Did I screw this one up? Oh, only by the grace of the deity himself have I not completely screwed that one up. Because if I'm heating both of those at once, the thing can just drop out. So you need to have other stuff that's going to remain solid solder to hold it in. So I need to plug this back in. I unplugged it just so I could run that wire, but now I need to do this. I guess I could have put the wire from that bottom row. I could have gone along the bottom row. I did not do that. The whole purpose of this project is to get myself to spread out for once. I need to show Twitch my spread. No, I need to spread out in order to make sure that this is workable, reworkable, testable, retestable. Just in case stuff goes wrong on it. Oh, wow, I did mess it up. I did mess it up a little bit. Why is that one bent? What the what? Here. Show you guys what I'm looking at. What I've really enjoyed working from home is other people in the workshop using the tools they're not designed to use for and breaking them. Oh, the biggest one for me versus working with a group of engineers is how little regard other engineers have for your stuff. God, that burning hair smells everywhere now. Jeez. At least I can work in the burning hair environment. Scope hats, these things. The probe hat. Nobody can keep track of these things in an engineering lab. Nobody can keep track of these things. I don't understand what their problem is, but people just can't. They just don't do it. Yeah, so the thing about having the home shop and working at the home shop, although it is a decade long process to get all the stuff for, it's so nice to just know that all your stuff is in the right place. I've got to heat up my L again and get this thing to plug into it. There we go. Not quite. Almost. I hear kids playing outside. Oh, and there goes the dog. Just on time. Whoa, 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 whoa. She's going nuts. About that time. And it's nice and cool out for kids to play. I'm trying to push this wire from below. Get everything to pop back into place. That little soldering that I did on that little L piece, what that did was it allowed the socket to almost fall out. And so it was like crooked, having almost fallen out. So plugging this thing back in now, I've re-anchored it, and now everything is in place properly. So there's the first ground connection. Now, how am I going to do the other ones? They seem like they're a little trivial in terms of like a 3-hole jump. I guess I'm going to remain using the wire just so that it's clear what that section is doing. I want it to be fairly easy to interpret what's going on with these. And they're all wired up the same. So, all right, so this, and then we narrow this down to do the 3 holes. Very small jump. Man, I really miss the pandemic days of random raids from random channels. Everybody was streaming, and you would get all these raids from like miscellaneous weird channels. The VOD YouTube started off with the stream where Dex Bonus raided me, and she streams earlier in the day too. But it was so cool. It was like, whoa, who's this random person? Oh my god, they're like a really famous streamer. Things are quieter now that everybody's back at work. I think we reciprocated the raid, and we did it on a day when she was using this really cool contraption. And it was this thing that we crochets, I think, like a tube, so you can make socks and stuff with it. But it had like a crank, and it was all made out of like cheap plastic. You would load the wool up into it, or whatever, the yarn into it, and just crank it, and it would do this weird like reciprocating motion that would then create a tube of whatever. It's pretty cool. Right, so these grounds are universal. So I'm going to reach. I think it's barely going to reach. We'll have to take a look on the microscope. Seen people put motors on them. That's a great application for a windshield wiper motor. Yeah. I'm going to have to put another piece of metal in here if this is going to reach. Son of a bitch. Okay, so I'm going to have to put a little piece on there. It's all right, I got scraps. Basically, I'm throwing it in as a thing that'll make sure that the solder bridges to this contact. Yeah, nice slow windshield wiper motor would do that good. But it's also like really cheap plastic, so if something messes up, your windshield wiper motor is going to eat the rest of the device. Great to see everybody coming to Twitch. Plus side, yeah, some ones have stayed and it's been good for community. Yeah, back in the Among Us days. Holy shit. All right, so that's that. We're okay with the fact that it's just a big blob of solder. Oh yeah, we got to do this one too. Now that we have the stabilization up there. Let me get a good angle on the soldering iron. You guys can't see that. I need to... oh, you can see it on the other camera, though. There we go. Nice big old happy connection. Let's get the pad itself, too. What's fun is that sewing thing that does the tubes. I wonder if you could use that with like carbon fiber or some other kind of like one of those flame retardant plastic or waxy fabric things that they use to tie up wiring harnesses. I wonder if you could use it for stuff like that, and you would have like just a little thing that can make you, you know, high voltage insulation by knitting it. Tweezers? Tweezers. Tweezers. We're going to resume this tomorrow, I believe. But we've got a little bit of time. A little bit more time. And I need to make another one of these, like, really narrow jumpers. Yumpers, if you will. And I'm trying to color coordinate my wiring on this build. So I got to make sure to use blue wire on this. Longer than that. You know, if I was really crazy about the tools that I was using, you can have like distance measuring on these things too, just to get the lead spacing exactly right. Get all your wires just right. We're flirting with that, but mostly it's just trying to stay spaced out far enough that everything has room to breathe. That's not going to do 3, is it? Yeah. Well, how long is it? Actually, that might work just fine. I would like a little bit more wire on it, but I don't have a choice here. There we go. Oh, good. I left the long end on the side that needed to be longer, but it still doesn't reach. Son of a bitch. You bastard. You fucking piece of shit. No, wait, I think I can get it. I can get it to reach. If I can flatten the wire out more on the top layer, it'll actually reach all the way over. Ow, that hurt. Yes, it barely reaches. Just what I wanted. If I was better at this, I would know the distances to measure. I kind of intuit everything when I do these things. Most of the techniques are just intuited. I just kind of assume that I know what I'm doing. And eventually, my body learns. All right, there we go. You're bending those by hand, which is what they typically do, but you have a resistor bender. Or have you ever tried the spacing of those resistor benders? This is a very specialized tool, and I shouldn't be using it because by lead by example, I should be showing other techniques. You can go on Thingiverse and you can find things that are similar, although I'm not sure they have quite the adjustability. This is a cheap piece of plastic that has a bunch of measurements on it, but it's got these wonderful little spikes where I can spike out the distance, put it onto this thing, and these two bars give me a length that is compatible with the solderless breadboard. It's one of these things that I'm like, haha, look at this tool. It's not that super duper. It's way too specialized. It's not that great. But it turns out it really is a help with some of this stuff and kind of taking the strangeness, the weird measurements out of bending and you know, fitting. The problem is, I think this is like $40 or like $70 or something like that. The price is ridiculous because Pace has a patent on it. But it's a piece of plastic. Like, this should be disposable. I should have 5 of these in a drawer. But again, like, it's a great tool. I need to find something equivalent that's more common, because it's like, what is this called? Comform I. By Pace. Comform 1. That's the first one. Yeah. $38. Ridiculous. I know it's a tool that's very useful. I've certainly gotten $38 out of it. But these Knipex were $30-ish. These are like 30. And this is Knipex. This is like a flush cutter that will last you a lifetime if you don't use it on anything stupid. So, like, why am I spending the same for this? I should get a pack of 5 of these things for $38. It is very useful, but it is not worth $38. What are you guys selling it for? 53. 44. You know, you can get something like this, and that'll help you bend leads. Something like this. Yeah, Knipex. I've been upgrading stuff as my cheaper stuff breaks. So I've been going with things like Knipex. You can get one of these for $17. Pretty awesome, easy to use, allows you to bend stress relief loops, 90-degree bends, and provides a means to measure hole-to-hole distances, making competent lead bending a joy. Some people have complained about it, that it's manufactured out of plastic. Yeah, for $40, I would wish that it was metal, or at least parts of it were metal. Using this on a daily basis, have not experienced any problem. The tool seems to be both resilient and well-made. The tip on one of mine broke, so I have doubts about what you're saying. Like, can I find like an equivalent of it? It's so hard to find. Yeah, there's shoes. I'll just buy shoes. I'll just get some shoes. Panties. $37 for bras. Why is underwear coming up in the search? I don't understand. For electrical, it's Klein and Wera. Yeah, my Wera screwdrivers are really nice. Knipex aren't they more of like mechanic stuff? Because I saw like an ad on like Reddit that was like, I told my coworkers not to touch my Knipex. Like, it was something where like they assume that like everybody knows what Knipex is, so it has to be more popular than just electronics stuff. So it's made of plastic that has a lot of play when using through-hole measurement. The pins that go inside the holes in the PCB don't seem to be straight aligned either. I do wish it was a bit more precise and sturdy. The instructions are okay. Really, the instructions, way overpriced. Yeah, it is way overpriced. There has to be an alternative. Thingiverse. They're doing this verify you're a human thing, which is, I guess, good. Less bots means more speed for us. Cool, it's Darth Vader. Okay, so we're searching for lead bending. Forms. Z lead screw. That's we're talking 3D printer stuff. Lead benders that just are troughs. This is a very similar tool. And you can just 3D print it for like $1. That's all you need, baby. It just looks like a caliper, but it takes a resistor in. Nipex and Wera for mechanical stuff. I mean, like mechanic. Oh, you don't need this. You just need to learn the technique that I've taught. Yeah, so in terms of like 3D printable stuff, it seems like there's a lot of options. You could definitely make something very similar to the paste tool by 3D printing. I wonder if I could modify a set of calipers that I have that are oh, I should have saved my old calipers. I should have saved them. I could have turned them into a lead bending tool. Like, which ones? Oh, no, I do have my old... Wait a minute, that's what these are. Wait a second, I've got them right here. They're covered in dust and dog hair. Oh, my God, hold on. Oh, they've been at the top of my display shelf for a little while. Oh, my God, okay. I wonder if I could turn these into some kind of a lead bending tool. I would need to grind them down, but, like... Wherever this tip is, that's offset though, so maybe that won't work. Oh yeah, here's the other problem with these. Yeah, oh, they're crusty. Oh, that crust. Crusty. Being able to have this actually do something. But like, grind this into a lead bender? I don't think that quite works, unless I could weld something to it. Kind of tool that you would get from Harbor Freight. Harbor Freight is good if the tool is, the thing you're buying is capable of killing you. If it's capable of killing you, then they usually do a good job on that kind of stuff. If it's something frivolous, it's going to break. Like a screwdriver is going to break, but an engine hoist is going to work from Harbor Freight. I would, that used to be the opinion that I would share very readily, but it actually turns out they had a big controversy with their jack stands. The welding wasn't quite up to snuff, and, it caused some problems. So maybe I can't quite say that anymore. I don't know. These are too big to turn into, but I'd also need a very flat pad. I need 2 flat pads that come together here in order to make the lead bending part. So maybe that's not such a great turning these into something else. Oh, God, it's so crusty. Why is it so crusty? Why are you so crusty? What's going on? Oh, there's little bits of rust in here. I thought you said you were stainless. Goes to show. Those steel boys are always lying. They changed the design and added a safety. Why the safety? I thought it was the welding that was the problem. But yeah, like with Harbor Freight, if the tool can kill you when it fails, they make sure it doesn't fail because they don't like lawsuits. I have some Harbor Freight calipers and they do just fine. I have known people to use plastic calipers and I don't think I really trust that. I think plastic is too flexible for a tool like that. IMO. The latch locks into the extension would break. I saw the welds were at like some of the buttresses on the part where it flares out for the feet, but that's crazy that the latch lock would fit. I guess that's why there was the big recall, because it could let go of your car and drop it on you. That's insane. Yeah, that kind of shook me for Harbor Freight, because I would, I'd use their jacks and their jack stands and stuff with wanton abandon. But, yeah, not anymore. I bought a real nice Craftsman jack, one of these low-profile, like, rolling hydraulic jacks, and I haven't looked back since. It's been amazing for working on cars, on my car. And it's actually, funny enough, it's the one that Groovy Something has a little toy model of my exact jack. And then my jack stands are a little bit more controversial. They are aluminum, which a lot of people really, really disagree with, having aluminum on a jack stand. But they're truck jack stands, so they're just these little pillars with a pin in the side. And then, of course, I have the alternative cheapo jack stands that I use for propping up the rear wheels when I need to. I got like 6 of them. They don't get used anymore. Yeah, right? You used to be able to just run out to Harbor Freight and pick up a gross of jack stands, and you could jack stand your car on 17 different points so that you could take a fucking hammer to the underside and it wouldn't fall or rearrange itself. But turns out we got to spend money on these sort of life stabilizing tools that we use in the garage. So the latest tools from Harbor Freight are extremely well designed and very durable and challenge typical mainstream brand of tools. I looked at their gun safes and I thought they were cheap and shitty. You know, as is traditional with Harbor Freight, their gun safes looked like they were extremely cheap and shitty. So we're going to power all of these off of the 15-volt rail. So that's going to be the rail that goes in above this ground rail. We're going to have to take 15 volts over to our rail. So it's right here right now. So I guess what I can do is come down and diagonal, or should I do something else? No, I think I'm going to come down and over. So we're going to go from this dot right here and go down and this way until we get to this thing. I walked by them. I didn't check them when we were there. Oh man, if this was CAD, I could just move everything up one space and then it would work out perfectly. But it's not CAD, and I can't move it up one space, so I got to deal with the way that it is. It is what it is. It's what it's. I actually went away from the name brands when it came to my toolbox. And I love my toolbox now. It's one of those square ones with all the pockets on the outside. I love it. I think it's perfect. Because I can stash all the stuff on the perimeter, and then I've got this big open thing for the middle. But it's not like a name brand or anything. For my car tools, that is. See, this is how I would do it with this, and I'm bending it. I'm not bending it early enough. That, I gotta squish it in a little bit. 1% of my tool set is name brand. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. It's just becoming a little bit too much of a burden if you really want. Yeah, it didn't really work. Okay, let's do this a different way. Like looking on Amazon and just finding the best of the cheap stuff is pretty much what I've done. Icon wrenches? I don't know. I'm not on that train, and I don't think I'm gonna be able to be convinced to get on that train of Harbor Freight tools being good. Use the dinosaur jaws. They're analog calipers. Really? Harbor Freight analog calipers? I think that's about the width of these things. I was completely shocked that at the IED job that I had, they were using plastic calipers in some of the measurements. I was like, you really trust those? I mean, we've gotten good at forming plastic and all, but I just don't think they're, I don't know, it just doesn't feel right, man. Used to work at Harbor Freight. The tools are terrible and they're poorly made. Thank you. I appreciate having the other side of the story in here so that I'm not the only one fighting back like a zealot. Like I said, they only do good tools when the tool will kill you. Used to be an electrician. I've got the expensive stuff. That's where maybe that's where I heard that. I was like, oh, Nipex is good. I should get some flush cutters from them. I should have been an electrician. I would have been rich. I would have been rich. I could have bought a boat. Hey, who's that guy with a boat? Oh, he used to be an electrician. My back would have been broken, and I probably would have died of diabetes for some reason. But still, would have made a lot of money in the process. Nipex makes fantastic tools. You just need to choose the tool that's going to fit your needs. Yeah, well, that's where I got into a lot of trouble with my old flesh cutters. Is that my old flesh wasn't good enough for them, and they needed more flesh. And I was like, I can't give you more flesh, you weird flesh cutters. No, it was that I used them to cut things that flush cutters should not have been used on. Could have been a plumber, but instead I decided to fight lattice diamond. What the hell? What is that? Is that some sciencey thing? Is that like an SCP? You're fighting some kind of like a spirit that's caught within the grain structure of carbon? Oh, FPGA EDA tool for lattice chips. Look, I got a job reverse engineering diabetes. I wish. I got a job reverse engineering IEDs, and it paid shit. It was terrible. I should have just been a construction worker. Ridiculous. Those freaking idiots, they make so much money. They're awesome. They're awesome because they didn't let anybody give them shit. And for some reason, engineers are like, unions, fuck that. I don't need no union. For the cost of like a PlayStation game a month, I could have rights? Are you kidding me? Ugh, the worst. So, here we are getting a 0.3% raise when the cost of living goes up 7%. It just wasn't sustainable for me. $2,000 a month apartment. The pain is real. Yeah. I could have been shoveling shit. I would be making $30 an hour. Especially from the government. If it was government shit, oh man. Now you're talking. We all fucked up studying engineering, huh? That's okay. Now I'm a professional clown. And life has never been better, although I don't make any money, but I'm still a professional clown. Actually, there's probably a society of professional clowns that would scoff at me saying that, to be honest. Like, where's your certification? Hunker. There was a list that came out a few months ago about college majors that regretted it. I don't regret studying engineering because like most people, when you go to like a liberal arts program, you're there for the betterment of yourself, not just job prospects. And so I went to electrical engineering school, that electrical engineering school. I went to it for the betterment of myself and not just job prospects. They would go around and they would say, look to your left and look to your right. Those people aren't going to be studying engineering anymore. I found that those people typically were the ones that were talking about what kind of car they would buy when they graduate because they'd be making so much money. I'm not making any money. I'm in it for the love of the game. I like talking to you guys. I like goofing off while working on circuits, building amateurish bullshit like we are right now. And it's not like, I could get a big career job and be an Excel jockey and do 1.5 hours of work a week and make 6 figures, I guess. But the 6 figures never happened because I got into the workforce right when they decided, hey, if we don't pay you, you'll never complain. So here I am. Here I am with a condition that's a very expensive condition to maintain, called diabetes and an electronics hobby. Two conditions that are very difficult to maintain. But yeah, I don't know. I'm making it work, but it's I don't know. We'll see how long it takes for a change to happen. Boy, that's going to be a weird interview, is if I ever try to rejoin the workforce. What I'm going to tell a recruiter. I was, head of my own company for 6 months, for 5 years. Maybe by then I could just say, yeah, I was a Twitch streamer. And they'll be like, whoa, cool. Instead of like a twat? What did you just say? A T, huh? What is that? Huh? A what? You were a stream? You carried a body, you were a body of water that went over a distance? Yeah, I'm big on Twitch. I'm a little cooler than you would believe. Sub-cucumber even. Professional content creator. No, because then they think I'm shaking my ass in front of the camera all night. Which I am, it's just the cameras are off. It's what the cameras demand. That's what they want. I'm not in control. No, I mean, managing your own company is probably the best way to go about that. Yeah, I had an electronics company. We made a couple products, but they were pretty niche, and it didn't end up panning out. Oh, what exactly is this gap on your resume? I was under NDA. Apparently that's the cheat code now. Because, like, I've signed all kinds of NDAs. What were you doing in this part of your resume? Well, it's under NDA. Uh-oh, we really bent that one. Screwed the pooch there. Hold on. Actually, I kind of hate that phrase pretty badly. It's a really, really terrible phrase. It's really one of the worst ones. I was on, yeah. Wasn't it your own company? Yeah, look, I signed it, all right? Very strict NDA. I didn't argue it at all because I wrote it. And the terms are pretty clear, but I'm not allowed to tell you what I was doing at that point in my life. The fact that people get dinged for being like, yeah, I was taking care of my parents during that time. Like, and the recruiters are like, nope, nope. They don't, the big gap in the resume, that means they're not good for working. You can like poison your career by not working. That's some bullshit right there. That's what that is. The weird things about the job market that I just hate. I just hate. Is that going to reach? Kind of. I don't know if I like that. I think I need to reverse this because this one's a little bit longer. I only have so many bends in these wires because they're so cheap, so I got to be careful about how many times I rework these parts. Damn it. It's like locked in. Gimme! Jeez. But it was your NDA, yeah, and I can't tell you what I was doing. These are equidistant. Equidistant, I say. I mean, I guess I can at least just get these connected to power before we're done. I don't think we're going to see the screens do anything today, because we still need to build the circuit around the rest of it. And I'll need to make the wiring harnesses too. Maybe we'll do that. The first thing tomorrow, we make the wiring harnesses and I can get that out of the way. And then we'll be able to hook up the rest of the stuff to it. I can't believe I only just have enough wire. Oh, that makes it a little easier. Yeah, that actually makes it to the thing. Good. All right, there we go. There's a whole artistry to doing this kind of work. And in the end, it doesn't really matter. No, in the end, you're left with something that you know intimately, so that if anything goes wrong, you know exactly where you're going to be repairing it. There's going to be a lot of software. There's going to be a big software element to this too, though. So there's a lot of work still left to do. I want to get the hardware squared away so that I can have this object sitting on my desk, and I will be able to use that. You know, I can have this sitting on the desk, and I can sit there and plug code at it until it works. I can't see myself returning back to work full time. Signed off for limited work due to disabilities. I'm happy with that. I'm in a similar boat. I don't know if I can stomach like a cubicle farm again. It's just not what I don't want to get into hippy dippy bullshit, all right? All the hippy dippy bullshit that I was fed when I was at my regular, it was a regular good paying job. And things started to look a little shaky, and it ended up not working out. The contract got underbid and I got thrown to the wolves basically. But during that time, the hippy dippy people that I knew were giving me advice and saying, it's whatever you manifest into the world. And I think that ignores quite a bit of like financial privilege and the ability to just kind of like spool up whatever kind of work you want to. I saw that happening a lot though out there with the manifesting of do whatever you want to do, because one of my friends was talking to the festival runner, the person who ran this entire festival, and it was like, well, what do you want to do? And he's like, well, I just kind of want to like, I don't know, look after a house or something, and maybe just like sit around for like a couple months. And he's like, all right, well, I've got this other house that I need somebody to look after. Like, I was like, what? Wait a minute. The hippies were right. It starts at a place of incredible privilege, but then it goes wherever you want to manifest the job that you want, which is what I'm doing, and I'm not successful. I'm not successful. It looks like I'm successful. You know, I got the partner badge and all that other stuff, but but I have fun. I hate that advice so much. It killed me. I was like, you know, the Arthur fist clench meme when I heard it initially. What you're doing is you're manifesting the fact that you know a lot of rich people, or a lot of rich hippies that have positions to fill that you might actually cater to your interests. At least I get to bitch about it to you guys. All right, let's make another one of there. Hey there, partner. Yeah. Some streamers, and I hate to harp on this. I harp on a lot of stuff, chat. I really do. I'm not that mad of a person. It just fills the airspace. But the one streamer complaining about people coming into their chat with partner badges, and how it's and you know, they're just angry because they can't identify who their friends are, because their friends were a bunch of these people that come over from YouTube and immediately get the badge, and they get the good pay rate and everything from Twitch. But they were complaining about like people coming in with the badge and how it's like it shouldn't be allowed, how there should be another level of badge. It's like, shut up. Gatekeeping. And all it is they just don't want to see somebody who's not their friends talking in their chat. I love it when I see other people with partner badges. I know I seemed annoyed the other day. I hope I didn't come across as that, because it's always great to see other partners show up. It's not like hanging around the water cooler after hours. It's like going out to the bar with your buddies or something. I don't know. It just doesn't strike me as that weird behavior. Oh, come on. I can't seem to get the distance right because of this weird bend. And like, the partner badge for me was hard-earned. That was very difficult to earn. Aaron earned an iron urn. Earn. Aaron earned an iron urn. Bonk. Okay, let's get these cut. Cut. Where are they? Okay, they're over here. This is looking kind of sloppy, isn't it? This is subpar work for my liking. All right, Bend these down a little bit more. I'm so glad that that -12 test worked out. If these things didn't take up to like 30 volts, we'd be in trouble. But because they do take up to 30 volts, we are not in trouble. We are in business. We can actually put the entire power supply together and have all 3 current monitors doing something. Of course, there won't be a 15-volt monitor, but that doesn't really matter because native 15 volts is only going to power the screens and the other power supplies. So they'll all be regulated. And some of those are even buck boost controllers. So if it drops down significantly, I might still get 12 volts out of the system. That'll be interesting. I wonder what the failure mode's going to look like. Oh, no wonder it smells like burning hair. There's burning hair on the end of the iron that Aaron earned. I love that video of the kids from Baltimore trying to say Aaron earned an iron urn, but they have that Baltimore, like whatever it is, accent, and they can't. It basically, the whole phrase becomes earned and earned. Aaron earned and earned. Earned and earned. And they're like, wait, we talk like that? What the? It's like the Delco accent that I can't do. I don't know how to do the Delco accent. There's plenty of examples of it online because there's a police show that involves the Delco accent now, and so people know it. But we know some people that can do it, some people that I know, and I've known people in like high school that were able to do the Delco accent. I can't. I don't know what to do with the. I just can't make myself sound like that. I don't understand. It's so weird. I think it's like real lazy, I guess. You're just not like enunciating at all. Delco. I can't do it. I can't do it, and yet people like not 3 miles from me talk exclusively in it. Is that a puppy I just heard? Nah, I'd be so lucky. All right, so 15 volts and ground are now sent to everybody. But what I'll have to do with the -12 volt supply is I'll have to flip them. So those two will be flipped. So just the wires will be. I mean, I guess the wire color will support that. It's just easier for me to run them like in a straight line. And this goes here. And those headers are tall enough that the wires can be there without it interfering. That's good. That's good because I didn't anticipate that. All right, pretty cool. This yellow wire should probably be red, just to symbolize a different voltage. I'll leave it for now, just because the work is already done. But things are coming together. What we'll need to do tomorrow is make wiring harnesses for these connections. I'll label them underneath at some point, and then do the V-Sense and the analog input pins. Now, the analog input pins for these two will lead to a whole nother circuit that I have to build. But power supply is moving along. I think with a little bit of weekend hours put into it, I'll have it all done by the end of the weekend. Maybe. It depends on what else is going on. If I need to help people move boxes or something like that on one of the days, I'm going to have a little bit of trouble. But other than that, things are coming along swimmingly. We have turned the bend from the theory work to actually building stuff. Just use nail polish to make the yellow wire red. The nail polish I have is from 2013, and I used it to paint an AR-15 lower that was from Reddit back when Condé Nast owned Reddit. The gun Redditors got a bunch of AR-15 lowers made, and they have a Reddit logo on them, and Reddit hates them. It hates them. It's tried to censor them. It's tried to get rid of them. They asked all the right people, and they said, yeah, why not? We can't stop you. And so they did it. And when I got mine, I asked them, hey, what's like a cool serial number? And they gave me one that had quadruple 07 on it. And I'm like, I don't like James Bond. I don't actually like those movies. I'm sorry to say, because people who like James Bond love it. A red Sharpie to make it orange. I could just get like a red wire, like I have it right here. I just have a James Bond. Hello, it is me. It's James Bond. I'm super spy. Okay, so I got a big pile of parts sitting next to me. We got to put it together. We got to make the module testing module. You guys have been great and very patient with me. Tomorrow, we're working on the same thing because we're going to see results very soon. Things have turned the bend from theory into actuality. I've actually been able to build the things that we've been talking about for months with this now that we've vetted out what everything's going to look like. So this is the part where the YouTube video would typically start and you would go, wow, they really got that together fast and they knew exactly what they were doing. Well, what they neglected was months of this, of noodling around with circuits and blowing stuff up accidentally and failing and feeling like you're completely inadequate and unable to do what you do, and all the little bits of testing along the way. But what I hope the takeaway for you guys is that baby steps will get you on top of the mountain. Like, you take it a bit at a time, you evaluate, you make sure you're doing the right thing, and that way, 7,000 steps later, you don't end up having to revamp an entire branch of what you're building because you didn't test something, or you did something just a little bit wrong. So that's the takeaway. That's kind of what I hope I am leaving you guys with. That and a funny taste in your mouth. I don't know, it's just a little weird smell. I'm gonna go touch grass. I suggest you guys do the same. Look at something that's far away, get away from the monitor for just a minute, and move the legs so you don't get blood clots, because I'm about to get an aneurysm from sitting here all day. A funny taste of strawberry. It's like a chemical taste and smell at the same time. That's what that contrast solution is like. I don't know how to describe it, because it's like a chemical, like, what the hell? Bad Spanish. The thing I dislike about YouTube is everything seems to work the first time. Yeah, and if they make the mistakes, they're funny mistakes. Oh, my dog is going ballistic at something. Bad Spanish 323 tip $9.99. Nice content. Hey, thank you. I have doubts because there's a lot of work that goes into this stuff and there's a lot of failure that happens along the way, and it just kind of creeps in. It gets under your skin. You know, and then chat doesn't talk, and then my numbers go down, and I go, maybe my content sucks. And then people come in and they say that, hey, love your content. And so I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you for keeping us company and burning hair. I don't know where the hair smell's coming from, but I know that everything I picked up off of the floor today had a clump of dog hair on it. So I don't know what's going on with it. I got a vacuum down here, okay? Anyway, just remember to always apparently I stepped on the cable too at the same time. AV Fusion, what the heck is this? AV Fusion, thank you for the $10. Hey, my keyboard is behind a reflow plate and I accidentally reflowed my arm. What? What did you do? A ooh, I have one of those. It's that right there. That's one of those little plates that you can. No, that's actually that's a payphone. The my reflow plate is in the tool chest, and I was going to use it at some point when we build a circuit board because it's very visual. You can see everything kind of rearrange itself into place with the solder paste. But boy, howdy, is it the most dangerous thing in the entire world. Oh my God. It's been a long day. My brain wasn't putting all the brain cells in a row. Dear God, I am petrified of that thing when I have it out, because it is literally just a piece of aluminum that's been taken up to hundreds of degrees Fahrenheit. It is the thing in the action movie that the hero takes the bad guy's face and goes, psh, and the guy goes, ah, and then they have the smoke come up from it. Like, it's awful. It's a terrible thing. I am sad to hear that you came into contact with it. Hold on, let me jump on the Discord real quick if I have it open. Yeah, there it is. And do the commands. I forgot to do I need to update them. So I need to edit com. This is how we do it here. I need to make scripts that do this. And I'm sure there are tools that I could install to automate this kind of stuff. So the next one's going to be tomorrow, 6th, at the same bat time, same bat channel. We'll do that, like that. The design of the commands has been something that Octojan and I worked on. I like having the bars above and below them. It only works for people with a default web browser view of Twitch, but when you do have it, it looks really good. So here's the end card again, but this time it actually works. Yeah, go run your hand under some water or something. Get some aloe vera on that shit. Holy crap. That's a terrible way to end your day. Why don't you take off? Just go home. Go bleed out on your own time. Okay. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you so much for joining the stream. I will be back tomorrow, and we're going to get this thing working. We're going to get this power supply working. We're going to get the 3 monitors up there. The world is our oyster, I guess, or something like that.